Ladies and gentlemen, please find yourself your seats in the plenary room. The conference will begin shortly. I would also like to remind participants that we have interpretation, English, French, and Italian. So if you have not done so and you need interpretation for English, French, or Italian, please find your interpretation devices. We have English on channel 1, French on channel 2, and Italian on channel 3. Welcome to those who are entering the room. Kindly find your seats. The conference will begin shortly. Many of you have probably seen also the documentary film that was shown on the screen and will be showing on the screen throughout the conference. It is a reflection on the future of the 1972 convention produced by Rai Cultura in collaboration with the Ministry of Culture of Italy. Our sincere appreciation to Rai Cultura for this contribution. is a reflection on the future of the 1972 convention, produced by Rai Cultura, in collaboration with the Ministry of Culture of Italy. You will have more opportunities to watch this wonderful film throughout the conference. Our sincere appreciation to Rai Cultura for this contribution. Thank you. For those of you who require interpretation, please make sure that you have your interpretation device. This is what it looks like. You can get it outside. And we have English on channel 1, we have French on channel 2, and we have Italian on channel 3. Please kindly take your seats. May I also ask the dignitaries to find their seats on the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. For those who are coming in now, if you need interpretation, please get your interpretation device. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're going to start shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to mark the beginning of the Naples Conference on Cultural Heritage in the 21st century. The conference is hosted by Italy and organized by UNESCO in this beautiful building of Palazzo Reale, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation and the Ministry of Culture, and with the support of the City of Naples. Without further ado, I have the great pleasure to invite Mr. Alessandro De Pedis, the Director General for Public Diplomacy and Culture, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, to deliver a welcome speech on behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Italian Republic, Mr. Sergio Mattarella. Please, you have the floor.
Do lettura del messaggio.
I'm about to read the message sent by Mr. Sergio Mattarella. I want to welcome the distinguished authorities and the scholars that are participating in the conference on cultural heritage that is starting today. It is a precious opportunity to enhance synergies in the application of the Convention on the Protection of the World Cultural and Natural Heritage and the Convention for Safeguarding of the Intangible Heritage. The choice of Naples is really very timely. Few cities in the world can better represent the fruitful interaction between the tangible and intangible heritage. The UNESCO was founded in the post-war period as an effort of reconstruction, not only physical reconstruction, but also a rediscovery of the relationship between human beings. And this is also reflected in the preamble to the convention, where the interaction between culture and human rights and freedoms is highlighted, and the bond between the protection of cultural heritage and other fundamental values is still relevant. New challenges like closer interdependence, climate change, faster urbanization and migration flows ask us to renew the tools to protect heritage. It is particularly true in Italy, and in the light of how important history and traditions, the protection of heritage and landscape is one of the fundamental principles of the Italian Constitution. And this is why it is important to protect cultural heritage, also intangible heritage, as a factor determining the cultural identity of populations, a living and dynamic identity that is rooted in traditions, languages, and arts. I'm sure that from your debates and exchanges, we will gain new ideas to further develop the debate on this crucial topic for the whole international community. The protection of culture is one of the highest expressions of collaboration between governments and states, and a tool for civil coexistence and respect for the other. Unfortunately, this principle is ignored in many parts of the world, and the first lines of the preamble to the UNESCO Convention reminds us that wars start in the minds of men, and it is the minds of men that have to be educated to the defense of peace. I subscribe to this consideration, and we have to reinforce intercultural dialogue and mutual understanding. I wish you a fruitful conference. Sergio Mattarella.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alessandro De Pedis, for delivering the remarks on behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Italian Republic. We now invite Mr. Edmondo Cirelli, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, to deliver his remarks. Please, you have the floor.
First of all, I want to welcome all the participants, and I want to thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Tajani, and the Minister of Culture, Gennaro Sangiuliano, for organizing this very important event for the world community of culture, the 20th anniversary of the conference leading to the Convention for Safeguarding of the Intangible Heritage. And I want to thank them for choosing Naples in cooperation with the City of Naples as the venue of this conference, because this city does not only have an extraordinary tangible and intangible heritage, but it has always represented the example of what this government wants to pursue, a diplomacy where culture is at the center, and it is the role of Italy, it's a natural role of Italy, that of being a bridge between the West and the East, the North and the South, and this conference confirms that this government wants to promote the role of Italy as an element of stabilization for the peace I mean, in the whole world, and culture is an extraordinary diplomatic tour, but it is also a tour to restore and establish where they do not exist, relationships between different populations and states. I want to add that Italy, besides its extraordinary heritage, also has a great community of scholars and law enforcement that protect both material and intangible cultural heritage in the whole world. And this is why Italy is strongly supporting the action of UNESCO, and we want to spread the culture of dialogue that I was alluding to. And thanks to our skills and our experience, we want to actively contribute to the protection of cultural and intangible heritage. As to the intangible heritage, I'd like to say that this government is very close to and cherishes the idea of the protection of important values, the values of traditions, of community spirits, traditions that are passed on through generations. For us, this is extremely important. In progress, in globalization, it is important to cherish our past. We should not forget our traditions, and this is why we are so happy to be here. I really want to thank Minister Sangiuliano for taking the initiative of organizing this conference in Naples together with us. And the call for action is a great initiative. It is paramount. It is an actual call for action addressed to the whole community, to the whole international community, and we will play our part as an Italian Minister for Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edmondo Cirielli, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Gaetano Manfredi, the Mayor of Naples, to deliver his opening remarks.
Honorable Director Ottone Ramirez, respected Minister Sangiuliano, respected Minister Cirielli, distinguished delegates, authorities, ladies and gentlemen. Please accept the warmest welcome from me and from the City of Naples. It is indeed an honor for us to host the UNESCO Conference on Cultural Heritage in 21st century and celebrate with you the 50th anniversary of the World Heritage Convention and the 20th anniversary of the 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. I can proudly tell you that Naples is the ideal place to host this conference. Thanks to Minister Sangiuliano and to Minister Tajani for the choice of our city. The city, with its historical center declared a World Heritage Site, represents the natural and historical space that manages to bring together the fundamental principles of both conventions, combining the material and the immaterial aspects of culture in a single, vibrant and dynamic dimension. The historic center of Naples is, in fact, one of the few in the world to be a millenary city center still inhabited with a high population density. The cultural practice that characterize it firmly constitute the essence of the city, which still manages to resist the cultural flattening that is often a consequence of the increasingly threatening phenomenon of over-tourism. The historic center resists also thanks to the social and intercultural cohesion that the communities living there manage to guarantee, building an urban and social model that, while not immune to marginalization and poverty issues, is resilient and alive. The historic center of Naples maintains its multifaceted cultural identity through the convergence of the material and immaterial elements of its heritage. Consider the heart of the Neapolitan pizzaioli, declared a UNESCO World Heritage in 2017, which characterized the atmosphere of the entire city, showing the skills, gestures, and craftsmanship of a wisdom passed down from generation to generation for centuries. The intersection between materiality and immateriality of cultural heritage is also found in the art of presepe, the nativity scene representation. These artists, working with the techniques of centuries-old wisdom, do not isolate their art from city life, but make it an active and lively part of it. Therefore, the presepe is not just a plastic representation of the Nativity and a symbol of Christmas, but a true way of reading and translating reality, interpreting the history of the world with all its protagonists and characters. It is the mirror of society, the narration of the most human daily life, just like that of Naples. In this context, extremely positive conservation or valorization dynamics are activated, such as those in the sanity neighborhood, a place where significant social issues still exist, but which in recent years have been able to enhance its vast material heritage and position itself as a place offering a cultural experience that blends the material with the immaterial, attracting numerous visitors daily. This serves as a noteworthy example of synthesizing the cultural values coexisting with the inclusive urban and social model. As a final word, I would like to express to all of you, distinguished delegates, my best wish for successful work during the conference, and I am confident that Naples will be able to inspire in your work and fascinate you. Thank you all, and welcome in Naples.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have now the pleasure to invite Mr. Ernesto Ottone, Assistant Director General for Culture of UNESCO, to present his opening remarks. Please.
Benvenuti a tutti.
Welcome, everybody.
Giuliano, Minister of Culture of Italy, Mr. Edmondo Cirielli, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Mr. Gaetano Manfredi, Mayor of Naples, Mr. Alessandro De Peris, Director General for Public Diplomacy and Culture, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Excellencies, authorities, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first apologize because we are not very gender balanced here, if you can see. But it doesn't mean that during the whole 3 days you will have women strong presence during all the 3 days with experts, the future of intangible, tangible cultural heritage. Coming back to this conference, and finalmente. We've been working for so many months and years on trying to bring together here at Naples this conference. And it's a pleasure for us to welcome you today to the Naples Conference on Cultural Heritage in the 21st century, a major international gathering to build on the reflection and celebration of its 50th anniversary of Convention concerning the protection of the World Heritage Cultural and Natural Heritage, and the 20th anniversary of the Convention for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage. We are proud of the achievement of these two groundbreaking instruments in the field of culture. Both have achieved near universal ratification, have broadened the concept of cultural heritage, provided countries with guidance to draw up national policy and sometimes local policy also for safeguarding cultural heritage and strengthen cross-cutting cooperation and solidarity. We are gathered here in Naples to explore ways to enhance synergies between two powerful instruments for sustainable development and peace. I'm delighted that this landmark meeting takes place here in Naples, a city that is a success story for creating synergies between tangible and intangible cultural heritage, and has been recognized, as it was mentioned, as a UNESCO World Heritage Property since 1995. And it was with great pleasure for all of us when, in addition, in 2017, the art of the Napolitan pizzaiolo was inscribed on the representative list on the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Allow me to express my sincere gratitude to Italy, and in particular to the City of Naples, for hosting this conference and for the close partnership in conceiving and organizing this gathering of experts. This conference will feature 7 panel sessions and a wonderful guided visit program to allow us to get to know the city of Naples better. My thanks also goes to all the experts who agreed to contribute their knowledge and experience in the panel sessions, and notably to the moderators who will steer our reflection and debate. This conference intends to provide inspiration and future direction for bringing these two conventions closer together. You will explore the question of how they can work together in a harmonious way, recognizing the deep-seated interdependence between tangible and intangible, natural and cultural heritage to respond to today's and tomorrow's challenges. While culture is lived, enacted and transmitted every day by communities, we still have much to do to enhance synergies between these two normative instruments. This undertaking is only a necessity, but also a request from member states embodied by the 2022 Mondial Declaration, adopted last year in Mexico at the World Conference on Cultural Policy and Sustainable Development. In the declaration, countries called for the full integration of culture as a global public good in the post-2030 development agenda, and to build for a one standalone goal. l'UNESCO a la profonde conviction
UNESCO is convinced that culture is a huge instrument to develop peace, and they have united our diversities for a common goal. But to fully activate this potential, we have to start our dialogue. So first of all, the two conventions that are here in our hands. We are going to talk about synergies among the convention, and we rely on you to talk about this during this conference. We should focus on the functioning of the same convention, and in particular, the challenge of geographical balance. We are all aware that 1972 Convention on World Heritage has today 1,199 sites inscribed, which demonstrates and testimonies that is a huge imbalance, and Africa, a region which you know is a priority for UNESCO, is absolutely underrepresented, and that is why the Committee for World Heritage, and I see here its president, Mr. Abdoulaye, during the 45th session of 2023, asked for a strategy for the cultural heritage in Africa, whose first priority was to represent more Africa in the list in order to enhance its diversity. 2003 convention has huge geographical diversity. We see many sub-Saharan African countries, but there's still a lot to do together. With this spirit, the committee asked the state parties over the during the 18th session, to give financial support. And we are proud that Italy is today one of the countries that participate in this effort. We hope that this conference will be able to provide reflection on the two instruments to give future directions to work on. The conference will also lead us to think about the synergies and promote the synergy among the tangible and intangible heritage at local level as well. Among the concrete, the real cases, so we'll see experience told by the several sides that will allow understand that the possibilities that are there on the table. There will also be some approaches and holistic points of view on culture, including the collaboration and the joint implementation of the several instruments we have. All this will allow us to enhance the natural and cultural heritage, to support biodiversity also, and to fulfill the conditions we have set for cultural heritage in all its forms. It is a good place to testimony the positive aspect in results. These tangible and intangible heritage will be enhanced, and this will be the occasion to debate on how these synergies are represented by very important topics, and for peace building. And as you know, we really need peace in this moment, and in particular heritage in urban contexts and in wartime, and in tourism sector. We will talk about urban heritage developed by UNESCO with the support of the Netherlands. We will talk about the digital point of view that has changed the dimension of the cultural, the urban environment. This instrument will be presented to all the to the state parties. There are several challenges, but we have the knowledge that dialogue is fundamental and for the future. So we can contribute to activate the potential of culture for sustainable development. And before concluding, I would like to thank for all the Carabinieri members who are here and have always been allies for the protection of the cultural heritage. And I would also like to thank all the team of the Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of the City of Naples, and the team of UNESCO Paolo Bartorelli, for example, that has been working on this project for a long time, and say that this participation and this event held here today makes us happy and will for sure bring to new recommendations for safeguarding of cultural heritage in the 21st century. Thank you very much. We're very happy to be here in Naples.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ernesto Ottone. Let us now welcome His Excellency Mr. Gennaro Sangiuliano, Minister of Culture of Italy. Please, you have the floor.
Dear Assistant Director General Ernesto Ottone, dear Deputy Minister Edmondo Ciriello, dear Mayor Gaetano Manfredi, delegates and experts from UNESCO, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to record the words pronounced by Sergio Mattarella, our president, who said that Naples is really a timely choice. I want to thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Antonio Tajani, for accepting my idea to organize this conference here in Naples, because I'm convinced that Naples is naturally a global cultural capital city. Its history, its tradition, its identity confirm this. This conference, this UNESCO conference, is a sort of celebration also of the city of Naples and of its role for global culture. And I want to thank Ernesto Ottone for his love of Naples. He's from Chile, but he's Mediterranean. He might naturally be Neapolitan for the way he is and he behaves. So it is really with great pleasure that I welcome you to the Conference on Cultural Heritage in the 21st Century. Aeschylus in Prometheus tells us that beings come out of the darkness of the cave when they get the techne, the techniques. What does this mean? Techne means culture. Culture is the element that makes us get out of the cave and gives civilization. Aristotle confirmed this concept when he said, the other living beings have their own natural habitat. Fish in the water, birds in the air. Human beings have another natural habitat, the habitat that they have built for themselves in over centuries of history. Actually, we have a man-made landscape. What would Rome be without the Colosseum, Milan without its cathedral, Naples without Maschio Angioino, Castel Sant'Elmo or Castel dell'Ovo, or other capital cities, Berlin without the Brandenburg Gate, and New York with the Manhattan skyline, or Paris without its Tour Eiffel Tower. We are what we have produced over centuries of history, and I'm so happy to see here in Naples so many representatives of UNESCO member states to discuss the protection and promotion of cultural heritage. You know, I'm so proud of being from here. I was born downtown Naples, next to the ancient Greek war remains. That reminds me of the multiple layers of civilizations here, the Greek and the Roman and the Angevins and the Aragonese kings. They have all left traces, material traces in the castles and intangible traces in the language, in the traditions, in the habits, in the customs, in the practices that we pass on to the generations that come after us. And the event that opens today is an exchange, is an opportunity to discuss experiences, to build together concrete and shared responses to the challenges of our time. The Conventions for the Protection of World Heritage and Intangible Cultural Heritage are two international instruments that have made the history of international cooperation in the field of culture, because they have made an essential principle a norm of international law, that those sites, those places, those traditions, those practices that have an exceptional value for the history of the planet are the heritage not of a community, of a region, or of a state, but of the whole mankind. Naples belongs to the Neapolitans and to the whole world. For this reason, it is the task of the international community to assist the states that hold them in the work of safeguarding, protecting and valorizing them so that their value can be passed on to future generations. Culture heritage is the soul of a nation. Giambattista Vico alluded to this as idem sentire, common idem sentire, the same sense and feeling. Count Giacomo Leopardi, a famous Italian poet, a great Italian poet, in one of his famous poems, identified Italy with, the walls, the arches, the columns, the statues, and the towers, deserted of our ancestors, even before the Italian state was unified. The identity among the stones that speak to us on a daily basis. This venue tells us a story, tells us of our past. And the same goes for traditions, songs and performing arts, rites and celebrations, skills, craftsmanship, all elements of immense value because they are rooted in the sense of belonging of each people and therefore fundamental to their identity. On the anniversaries of the adoption of these two epoch-making agreements, which have had an extraordinary impact on the protection of the tangible and intangible heritage of nations. UNESCO is a great international organization that plays a key role because culture is important and people are interested in culture. And so on the protection of the tangible and intangible heritage of nations, we believe it is appropriate to reflect on how to improve their application, how to promote a more integrated approach between the two tools, how to better protect heritage from the numerous current challenges, from war conflicts to climate change, from illicit trafficking of cultural heritage, and I want to thank Carabinieri, to tourist pressure over tourism. In Italy, material and intangible heritage are connected in a very profound way, like body and soul. We realize it when we admire an opera in a Roman amphitheater or when we crowd a square to attend a historical reenactment in this beautiful Palazzo Reale a few months ago. And I want to invite Ernesto and all the delegates to visit. We opened a museum dedicated to Enrico Caruso, one of the protagonists of opera and music in the world. And this is a mix of culture and heritage, both intangible and material. It was a human being. He passed away, but we can still listen to his songs. Naples is the perfect synthesis of this synergy. As you will see in these days, it is a city of great museums, true treasure chests of churches and monumental buildings with a historic center admirable for its stratification of architectural styles and historical testimonies. It is surrounded by extraordinary archaeological sites and immersed in a landscape which, as wrote François-René de Chateaubriand, presents a magical spectacular show. But Naples is also a mass of traditions, of memories, of crafts, of practices that are passed on from generation to generation. I think of the art of pizza, which from Naples has conquered the world to become a World Heritage. or to the knowledge of the nativity scene workshops. This is also the city of Benedetto Croce, a great Italian philosopher, historian, and politician born in Pescasseroli, who spent most of his life here. Croce was the architect about 100 years ago of the first Italian landscape law, a pioneering regulation at an international level. In presenting that bill, he wrote that landscape is nothing other than the material and visible representation of the homeland. The landscape is the beloved face of the homeland with its particular physical traits as they were formed that have come down to us through the slow succession of centuries, and again defending and highlighting to the greatest possible extent the greatest beauties, both natural and artistic beauties, responds to high moral reasons, no less important public economic reasons. Defending our heritage is a moral principle, exactly like what we do in other public activities. I believe that these reflections by Benedetto Croce are still relevant today, and I trust that they will inspire the work of the conference. Before concluding, I would like to express warm thanks to the managers and officials of UNESCO, the directors and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, and the Ministry of Culture, who have made a great effort in organizing this important international event. I want to thank my friend, Mayor Manfredi. We are an example of perfect institutional cooperation, and the City of Naples for their extraordinary support, and all the citizens for the hospitality reserved for UNESCO delegates and experts. I'm sure that in these days they will be able to experience firsthand what the spirit of Naples is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, for these remarks. This actually brings us to the end of the opening segment. And if the dignitaries wish to, they can now take their seats or leave the podium. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have the great pleasure to listen to a voice from the future, the next generation who will safeguard our cultural heritage. Please welcome Miss Arya Javda, who at 14 years of age has authored 10 books on tangible and intangible cultural heritage. Welcome to Arya. Her journey began, let's give her an applause first. Please come. So Arya, I just wanted to add that your journey began when your city, Ahmedabad, India, was inscribed on the World Heritage List. So we are very eager now to hear what you have to say to us. But I think we will put a little extra podium so that you're a little bit higher. Please come.
Thank you. Namaste and a good morning to everyone. Excellencies, experts and colleagues. Today, I'm thrilled to have had this opportunity to share my journey as an author, speaker and heritage crusader. My journey on heritage began when my city Ahmedabad was inscribed as India's first UNESCO World Heritage City in 2017, when my inquisitive self began to explore more about my city's glorious culture and heritage. Bubbling with curiosity at the age of 8, I started putting my artistic talent to good use by drawing heritage places and writing poetry on them, as art has always been a great communicator of emotions for me. Drawing these various heritage places while exploring them from length to breadth, interacting with local guides, and learning the site's bygone history has always helped me to learn more about my own surrounding culture and heritage. This is how my journey began, by donating these art proceeds for the welfare of cancer patients. Exploring the heritage places ignited a spark in me to start writing my first book, Ahmedabad, My City, My Heritage. I began to explore my creativity and jump-started towards my newfound passion of exploring these heritage sites and expressing my thoughts on them. In 2019, when I was just 9 years old, I got the privilege to present my book, Ahmedabad, My City, My Heritage, at the UNESCO headquarters, Paris. When I look back to the day I presented my work to the UNESCO ADG for Culture, it was just an initial start on my heritage journey, and yet my work was appreciated, as were my capabilities to connect with the youth to preserve our cultural heritage. This inspired me to excel further in my work and allowed me to discover newer experiences. Later that year, during the 43rd World Heritage Committee held in Azerbaijan, I shared the stage with the UNESCO DG and presented narrative poems from my book in front of dignitaries from all over the world. The ecstatic feeling of being the youngest at the 43rd World Heritage Committee shaped my thinking that age is just a number, and if a small girl like me could do wonders, any child or any youth could do it if initiated in the right direction. This event had a huge impact on me and made me realize that there is much more to the tangible heritage of my region. It inspired me to write my recent book, Magnificent Marvels, and continue promoting the aspect of safeguarding our cultural heritage. Another unique opportunity was given to me by UNESCO during the COVID pandemic to advocate for and call upon children around the world to participate in the Little Artists exhibition and bring the positive message of hope and engage children to share their heritage and cultural diversity during the difficult times. This valuable opportunity opened up a whole new avenue within me and provoked me to be the best version of myself, to continue creating an impact in the world. One step towards it was achieved through my campaign on preservation of cultural heritage in schools and organizations to connect with the youth of my age. Everyone says it's never too late to make a difference. In my case, at that time, I realized that it's never too early to make a difference either. I continuously strive towards my passion in connecting with the youth to encourage and involve them in the promotion and preservation of these cultural assets. I continue to enhance my capabilities in writing my recent books, Magnificent Marvels, written on the tangible assets of my country, and its sequel, Intangible Legacies, emphasized upon the Indian intangible culture, so that during the pandemic, I could give the children of my age a virtual tour of our rich cultural heritage and help to instill the importance of preserving these heritage sites. Through these books, I wish to convey my message that we youth should do our bit by spreading awareness and being involved so that the action is strengthened in preserving these heritage sites, which include not only our tangible heritage, but also our intangible culture. Most importantly, we all must remind ourselves that our heritage is more than just stone buildings or monuments. Our culture is our own identity, deep-rooted within us. It showcases to us who we are and from where we belong. Through these books, I have symbolized that despite our cultural differences, we all share equal responsibility to value, restore, and preserve these heritage sites as it binds us together and connects us through our freedom of expression. I was inspired to write the sequel of these two books during Navratri, a 9-day exuberating festival of dance and cultural gathering in Gujarat. While celebrating this festival a month ago by dancing and swirling around to the traditional drum beats, in that very moment, I realized that our tangible and our intangible heritage are actually deeply interconnected with one another. Although our tangible heritage reflects outstanding historical importance, it is our intangible assets that encompasses our living and breathing cultural heritage, which is the beating heart for all of our legacies. While writing this book, I felt the expression of unity in diversity surrounding me, encouraging me to think beyond boundaries, that a common thread of culture binds us together through our past, present, and future. We should all rise above ourselves and realize that we are one. This was the feeling that evoked me to name my upcoming book, We Are One. While writing this book, I realized that our bygone era is surrounding us, and it is echoing to us through our surrounding heritage sites, that our geographical boundaries should not restrict us. How each heritage site is a confluence of different religion, culture, and beliefs, encouraging all of us to come together. Through this book, I firmly believe that when we rise above ourselves, we will realize that despite our differences in opinion, our culture not only connects us to where we belong and where our feet stand first, but it unifies humanity together as one to carry our confluence of legacies forward, to ensure that we are connecting our future to our past. I would like to fervently thank UNESCO for always supporting my work, being like a huge family for me, for inspiring me, for making me believe, just, learn, create, write, and also contribute to this society for a better tomorrow, so that I could aspire to achieve more through my work. I thereby conclude my talk with unity in our hearts, determination for change in our minds, a goal to preserve both our tangible and our intangible heritage, and a message to ignite action by connecting with the youth, the mindset of today's conscious citizens, that irrespective of any regional, religional, or racial barriers amongst us, it is upon us present generation to stand together as one. Thank you so much.
Bravo, and thank you so much, Arya Chavda. This was wonderful, really. You're really inspiring us and giving everyone a lot of hope. It's wonderful to see the next generation like this. Thank you again. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin our first session of the Naples Conference on Cultural Heritage in the 21st Century. So for this first session, I would like us to invite the panelists now to the podium. And I would like to announce that this first panel will be led by Dr. Abdullela Al-Tukais, who is the advisor to the Saudi National Commission for Education, Culture and Science and chair of the 45th extended session of the World Heritage Committee. Please kindly come up and take your seats. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear participants, experts, colleagues, friends, good morning. Let us begin our session on promoting a holistic approach to cultural heritage, synergies and complementarity of the World Heritage Convention and the Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention. I am Abdullah Al-Tukais, moderator of this session. I have served as a chairperson of the last extended 45th session of the World Heritage Committee, and it's my great pleasure to moderate the discussion of this important topic. But before we do so, I would like to thank the government of Italy, City of Naples, UNESCO on hosting and organizing this conference, which will contribute, and the outcomes of this conference will lead to greater synergies between the two conventions, tangible and intangible cultural heritage, that will promote and conserve and manage our heritage effectively. The Convention concerning the protection of the World Cultural and Natural Heritage, which called the 1972 Convention, and the Convention or the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage, which called the 2003 Convention, are part of the 6 UNESCO Conventions for Culture that together provide international standards, which serves as the basis of the drawing up national cultural policies and strengthening cooperation among member states, while the World Heritage Convention protects physical sites, monuments, and landscape. The 2003 Convention focuses on safeguarding cultural practices of communities, groups, and individuals. The two forms of heritage often rely on each other. UNESCO World Heritage Sites around the world are home to communities that practice and transmit their living heritage. The sites are maintained through these practices and skills. In turn, intangible heritage often depends on places or artifacts for its transmission from generation to another. The two forms of heritage go hand in hand. The skills, knowledge, and practices of communities give life and meaning to a built heritage sites, while also deserving safeguarding support as much. This session will explore holistic approaches to safeguarding tangible and intangible heritage, building synergies between the 1972 Convention and the 2003 Convention. Considering the role and rights of communities and contribution of sustainable development and peace. Allow me to begin with our first speaker, Ms. Alessandra Cummins, Director of the Museum and Historical Society of Barbados, expert on Caribbean heritage, museumology, and a lecturer in museum and heritage studies of the University of West Indies. Ms. Cummins has also served as the chair of the Executive Board of UNESCO, president of the International Council of Museums, founding president of the Museum Association of the Caribbean, as well as chief of various UNESCO bodies. Ms. Cummins, from your experience, where do you see possibility of synergies between the World Heritage Convention and the Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention for effective and inclusive safeguarding measures? Could you also provide us with any examples?
Many thanks for the introduction, Mr. Chair, and good morning, colleagues, and good morning, Excellencies. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I think from my experience, one needs to contextualize both conventions. And the conventions arise in the context of the UN system, and most particularly the Universal Declaration for Human Rights, and most specifically Article 27, which ascribes the view that everyone has the right to freely participate in the cultural life of the community, to enjoy the arts, and to share in the scientific advancement and its benefits. If we look at this as a starting point, a prerequisite for implementing Article 27 is ensuring the necessary conditions for everyone to continuously engage in critical thinking and to have the opportunity to interrogate, investigate, and contribute ideas regardless of frontiers. The need, therefore, for an integrated approach, such as you have described, Mr. Chair, remains critical because we then see the need for the balance between tangible and intangible, natural and cultural. I think also for many states that we also need to look at how does this work that we do in cultural heritage align with the national, regional, and international aspirations to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. None of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals focus exclusively on culture. However, the advocacy has created an inclusive discourse on culture that cuts across the SDGs. And the resulting agenda has several explicit references to cultural aspects, including SDG 4, Target 7, which refers to the aim to ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including through education for global citizenship. SDG 8, Target 3, addresses the promotion of development-oriented policies that support productive activities, as well as, among others, creativity and innovation. And SDGs 8 and 12, Targets 9 and 12b respectively, which refer to the need to devise and implement policies to promote sustainable tourism, including through local culture and products, and to the need to develop sustainable or suitable monitoring tools in this area. SDG 11, also Target 4, highlights the need to strengthen efforts to protect and safeguard the world's cultural and natural heritage. Now, in the context of these SDG targets, we could further the implementation of UNESCO 2003 Convention alongside the World Heritage Convention in a number of ways, but most particularly, I think, Chair, through education in general, public education, higher education, and also the term promotion brings you in alliance with the thinking around tourism and how we need to address those things sustainably in a society which aspires to supporting its communities and its citizens well beyond a certain standard of living, but needs to ensure that what it does in the cultural heritage context does not simply commercialize heritage for the sake of achieving tourism or systematic tourism that addresses the interests of the international population. I'd like now to turn and I'd like to show a couple of samples in our context. So this image is from historic Bridgetown and its garrison, a site that was inscribed in 2011, and it contains a number of, as you might expect, a number of colonially inspired buildings. But for us, the critical aspect of this is that the makers of these buildings were, in fact, the broad enslaved and free populations combined together and bringing this construction to life. Next slide, please. In historic Bridgetown and its garrison, however, it is not mainly the buildings that are of interest. It's the street system, because the street system remains the 17th century street system that was in place at the beginning of the settlement of Bridgetown. And in the streets of Barbados is where we find the highest evidence of our intangible cultural heritage. So for us, the maintenance and conservation of historic Bridgetown and its garrison, which is where you saw the first evidence of cultural activity amongst all levels of society, including this performance of the land ship in Barbados, which Barbados is looking forward to moving towards inscription on the register of ICH elements. It's in the streets. It's in that conserved space, 17th century space, that still lives today and still makes an impact on the daily lives of the citizens, because they're not just performing heritage, they're living heritage in that space. So issues around the sustained population in historic British Stanley Garrison remains of high importance for historic British Stanley Garrison, and therefore is of significant value for the policy-making framework of our nation, and indeed, I think similar situations apply across our region. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Commons, for the very insightful answer and examples from Barbados. Moving now to our second speaker, Ms. Emily Drani, former Executive Director of the co-founder of the Cross-Cultural Foundation. Ms. Drani and her organization are dedicated to promoting a culture in development approach, and she is experienced in implementing cultural heritage conventions, initiatives informed by human and cultural rights. Ms. Drani is also an UNESCO ICH expert who was trained participant or partners in the Gambia, Ethiopia, Kenya, Sharjah, and Seychelles on the 2003 convention. She has served on the evaluation body of the 2003 convention. Ms. Drani, from your perspective, do you have any concrete example of the synergies between the built heritage and the intangible cultural heritage from Uganda or more generally in Africa?
Thank you very much. Good morning to you all, to our moderator. Thank you for your kind introduction. I think I want to start with the way we think about cultural heritage. And maybe to contextualize, I come from East Africa in Uganda. And this is a country that has diverse ethnic groupings. We have many languages, lots of cultural heritage, both built and natural, and we have laws to protect our cultural heritage. In addition to that, we are a developing country, so we have a very low GDP, and therefore heritage is not a priority on our national list of things the nation should be doing. And when we have conventions like the 1972 and the 2003 convention, we're really grateful because it provides both technical and financial assistance that is very much needed, and that we have a bit of a short supply from our own state. Having said that, when communities in Uganda and in Africa think about cultural heritage, they don't think about tangible and intangible heritage. Heritage is considered in a holistic manner. So when we as development partners introduce tangible and intangible heritage, we are disrupting a community narrative on how they understand and how they communicate and define their cultural heritage. I'm bringing this up so that we can appreciate how important this discussion we're having is today for us in Africa, but also in Uganda in particular, because that is where I can draw, concrete examples. So in our communities, look at this space where we are now. This would be a building, just a beautiful building, if you don't talk about the memories, the history, the spirit of place, what happened here, the symbolism, the art, the craftsmanship, all that makes it even more valuable. It makes it a more beautiful experience to be here because you have tangible and intangible married together. So it's the same when you are talking about heritage in Africa and in Uganda. When we talk to communities, when I go training and engaging with communities, they're the stewards and the custodians of our cultural heritage. And sometimes it's even difficult to be able to explain to them you're talking about intangible and not tangible. They don't understand why you are separating the two, because in their minds, these two are interdependent. They are interlinked, they're inseparable. Meaning, intangible cultural heritage gives meaning to tangible heritage. And tangible heritage, intangible, can be enacted without physical space, but it needs instruments. There are things that are tangible that have to be utilized when you're talking about intangible cultural heritage. So when you have nominations in both the conventions, you have a situation where we have pockets of excellence, you know, a historical site, a UNESCO site, you have ICH elements that have been inscribed, but they are isolated from the whole. So we are sort of breaking the connectivity on the way people appreciate and understand cultural heritage when you isolate just elements. And when you have a site, let's say under the 1972 convention, that is not complemented with the 2003 convention, you're actually breaking that understanding of connectivity. So we have that as something that we have as food for thought, but at national level, we also have laws, as I mentioned at the beginning. So we have a law which looks, and structures, which look at tangible heritage. And then we have laws that look at intangible cultural heritage. It is very difficult for a development worker who's involved in heritage to have those divisions. Because on the one hand, you say Kasubi tombs is one of the tombs of the kings in Uganda, and it's a UNESCO site. And it was burnt down in 2010, but it has taken so long to restore Kasubi tombs because of the need to bring those two together. One ministry is dealing with the tangible, the other ministry is dealing with the intangible, and they don't agree, or they take so long to agree. So it's very challenging if the leaders of thinking, which is UNESCO, it takes leadership when we come to talk about cultural heritage. Many of us in the culture sector look to UNESCO for intellectual leadership. If you compartmentalize heritage, then it creates a trickle-down effect where governments start thinking heritage is in two places. It is not. It is one. And for it to be understood by communities, heritage has to be looked at holistically. So my intervention here is just to emphasize how important it is not to compartmentalize cultural heritage and appreciate the ripple effect this has with communities and with the governments that have ratified these conventions. And in their good intentions, of course, to preserve cultural heritage, you find that we are creating a new narrative. And the new narrative does not sit very well with communities that are custodians of this heritage. Finally, I just wanted to make a point about funding and tourism. Tangible heritage for a long time, 1972, has been appreciated as cultural symbolism, representation of our heritage. But where it doesn't take into account intangible cultural heritage, it sort of contributes to heritage shells, you know, a space without spirit, a space without the value and the symbolism that our communities attach. So it is an appeal really to make sure that even when we look at tangible heritage in terms of funding, our government will fund the department with tangible heritage. It's visible, tourists come, there's benefits, but the intangible is not that well understood. And if it's not combined, then you have a very skewed way in which heritage is financed, in which the relevance is considered. One is more relevant than the other. And in education, then you find there's a lot of emphasis on tangible and less on intangible. So this is such an important event, and it really helps if we have a self-critical discussion on bringing tangible and intangible together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rani, for shedding the light on different perspectives on culture and heritage. Now, all the way to Malaysia, we have Ms. Ming Chi Ang, Site Manager of Georgetown Historic City, part of UNESCO World Heritage Site of Melaka, and Georgetown Historic Cities of the Straits of Malacca, and UNESCO accredited facilitator of the Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention. Born and raised in the inner city of Georgetown, Ms. Ang carries her duty with much passion and fervor for the benefit of the local people. Specialized in the resource mobilization, policy making, project management, and risk assessment, she has incorporated built conservation with the element of disaster risk reduction and intangible cultural heritage safeguardings to create a sustainable heritage city for the people who live in, work in, and use Georgetown. Ms. Eng, in your role as a World Heritage Sites Manager and facilitator of the Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention, what is your experience of the synergies between the two conventions?
Thank you. Good morning, those of you who are here live and also online. I'm Ang, and very happy to be here. And I'm the site manager of Georgetown, and I represent one of the 1,199 sites in the world inscripted, and we are the frontliners of the 1972 conventions. At the same time, I also wear the hat as an ICH accredited facilitator. The reason is about 8 years ago when I was promoted into the position as a general manager of Georgetown World Heritage Incorporated. I tried to find answers on site management in Georgetown. We are cultural sites, and I look into the 1972 conventions, I look into our operational guidelines, but I find it a little bit challenging because the definition of communities, the definition of the domains that we have to take care of in our site, I find the answer in the 2003 conventions. It sparks the ideas of there is actually answers on all the conventions under UNESCO, and maybe more because I believe international community already work very hard to make sure that these important elements are protected. For my site itself, it is a multicultural urban site. 120 years ago, I think, my ancestors come from China to Malaysia. And I see myself as a Malaysian with a mixed blood of China, in maybe India, maybe Malay, I do not know, but I don't think I'm very pure. I look like everyone else, I don't look like everyone else. So it is very global in the context, and I'm not alone. So for us, my colleagues said it very well that, heritage, you meet people on the street, you don't say, hi uncle, good morning, how is your tangible heritage? And what about your intangible heritage? They will look at you like, what are you talking about? Shall we ask them, how is your movable heritage and immovable heritage? And this is the language that we use. But when we want to translate the conventions to the people, we have to think about their life and their livelihood. I was very impressed with our young lady, Miss Aya. It strikes me that, I'm asking myself, the missions that we have as a site managers is we want to make heritage available, accessible, and affordable for everyone. Not only the people who own the tangible heritage, but people who make tangible heritage, the craftsmen. And we're also talking about there are many layers of society, economical background, and even the language capacity that we wish to translate the conventional languages into something that they understand, and they will like to empower it and feel proud about that. So in Georgetown, Malaysia, I was Googling, there's a lot of Georgetown in this world, but Georgetown, Malaysia, we have a lot of community-based projects that we encourage the different community groups in Georgetown to come out, to start to doing documentations, not focusing so much of tangible, intangible, of those kind of segmentation, but thinking about what do you want to pass down to the next generations. So I bring a book over here, it's called It Right. It's one of our projects that we do to document important elements that we want to take care of. And more importantly, now we are talking about the balance of multicultural society, in particular in my town. It's like we have a lot of subgroups of different backgrounds, and language group, religious group, cultural groups. And how can we make everyone feel that this town belongs to me, my ancestor, my children, and I share it with another group, peacefully. The coexistence is very, very important now, in particularly looking at the international developments. And the next thing that I also would like to address is that while we look into a lot of inscriptions and nominations, I think we have to really reinterpret and synchronize of both convention or even more of like, how do we define and encourage that, the ownership or authenticity is less important than we want to transmit it to the next generations. It should not be a competition. It should be an inclusive sharing processes. Before we go for the next nomination, let's ask, what will the city people get, the real local communities get from the process? And we have to empower the local people first. So these are some of my interventions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. Very important key messages about thinking about multiculturalism and also standards and terminologies used in the convention and how to translate it to either practitioners or also to the local communities. Now, next we have Mr. Ahmed Skonti, professor at the National Institute of Archaeology and Heritage Science in Morocco. Mr. Skonti served as the World Heritage focal point and delegate to the World Heritage Committee meetings. He also contributed to the drafting of the Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention and is a global facilitator of the for the UNESCO ICH Capacity Building Program. Professor Skonti, as an experienced World Heritage practitioner and a contributor to the birth of the Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention, how do you see the synergies of the two conventions and how could the two work together?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm very happy to be here with you, and I would like to thank very much the organizers for the invitation. As I have the chance to be with nice and competent four ladies speaking in English, I will speak in French, if you allow me, Mr. Chair. I will bring a researcher and scholar perspective in this first intervention.
Comme chercheur, in my quality of research, when I started working on heritage many years ago, I focused on the way heritage is built and made. Actually, scholars know that heritage does not exist on its own. It is made. It is man-made. We have to study how heritage is made, through what process, by whom it is developed, and for what reasons this action or transformation of things and practices is turned into heritage in contemporary societies. Of course, it is interesting to study this not only at a local level and at a national level, but also at an international level. And the two conventions, the two UNESCO conventions, give us a framework and a platform from which we can observe this process, the process through which cultural sites and practices are recognized as World Heritage. And this is why I started studying the 72 Convention and the 2003 Convention. Is it possible to show an image that I had sent? There is a picture. There's a book that has just come out, Evolving Heritage Conversation Practice in the 21st Century. what a great title. It perfectly corresponds to the title of our conference. This book collects the works carried out under the auspices of the Built Environment Group, presided over by Christina Cameron from the University of Montreal. Lots of roundtables have focused on the different facets of cultural heritage. This book is a sort of synthesis of this work that has been going on for over 15 years. Chapter 3 is devoted to me and my work, and it explores the relationships between the two UNESCO conventions. I have read it thoroughly, and there are many points where we can see the similarities and differences between the two conventions. First of all, the very nature of these two conventions. One, the World Heritage Convention, is based on distinction. In the line of Bourdieu, the Intangible Heritage Convention is more focused on representation. These two conventions have two listing systems. We create lists for sites and intangible goods, respectively. And they are both concerned with the issue of participation of community. World Heritage Convention, right from the start, it's in Article 15, the Intangible Heritage Convention, and there was a positive contagion from one convention back to that of the World Heritage, that of 1972. And there are processes of identification that are slightly different in the two conventions. And then the experts, the consultants, they have a different approach. So there are some slightly different elements in the two conventions, but the main goal remains the same in both conventions. How the cultural and natural heritage, how the intangible heritage is protected or is to be protected and safeguarded for future generations, so that it can be a contributor to the well-being of societies, sustainable development, and peace. This is the main topic, and I subscribe to what my colleagues have just said about the segmentations, the fragmentations between the two forms of heritage, and I will intervene on this very topic later on in the second round. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ahmed. It's good to hear also different perspectives from a scholar and academic point of view. And now, last but not least, we have Ms. Britta Rodolph, the Director of the World Heritage Studies and Head of the Chair of Heritage Management at BTU Cottbus, Germany. Ms. Rodolph has been specialized in the heritage governance processes with focus on the UNESCO World Heritage Convention and the Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention. She has also worked with the Ministry of Culture in Syria as a coordinator for the ICROM Forum, Living Religious Heritage, and as advisor to the Ministry of Culture in Bahrain. Ms. Rodolph, could you share your experience with the holistic approaches to safeguarding tangible and intangible heritage together on a specific heritage site?
Thank you very much for the invitation to share my experiences. I will gladly do so. Good morning. And I'm very glad that I've been invited to this session looking at holistic approaches to the two conventions and exploring synergies, as this has been very dear to my professional focus for more than 20 years now. In fact, in the early 2000s, when Ahmed was drafting the 2003 convention, I had decided to write my PhD thesis on the interrelation of tangible and intangible cultural heritage. And in these drafting committees, I was observing as a PhD student from the backbenches, looking at the discourses, how intangible cultural heritage distinguished itself from the previously existing World Heritage Convention. And to a certain extent, I regretted at the time that the Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention was perceived as almost a counter movement, a corrective to what had gone wrong over the decades in the World Heritage Convention, and a convention that was then decisively intended to be more inclusive, more open to the global representation of cultural heritage. I also remember that at this time, when the 2003 convention was just adopted, there was an initial meeting that UNESCO had convened with the government of Japan in Nara in 2004, calling for integrated approaches to the safeguarding of tangible and intangible cultural heritage within these two conventions. And once again, the experts gathered were very keen on highlighting the differences and adopted at the end a so-called Yamato Declaration, which shifts from paragraph to paragraph in highlighting differences as much as highlighting potential common approaches to be taken forward. Now, 20 years fast forward, and in the meantime, I had various involvements, also being responsible for interventions in both of the conventions. I'm now the director of a World Heritage Study program at BTU Cottbus, a German university. And after taking over this directorship, one of my first tasks was to question the timeliness of the program and whether the approaches that had been taught for the past 25 years actually still corresponded to how we perceive heritage today. Now, the program itself was built 25 years ago based on the World Heritage Convention. So the idea was to look at the conservation, the protection, the management of both cultural and natural heritage, and inspired by the nature-culture journey that had taken place since, which we will learn more about in the next session that I don't want to anticipate, we started questioning whether the division of culture and nature within this program was still a very useful approach. Of course, over the 25 years, intangible cultural heritage had also been integrated, but yet our students were going to separate courses for separate contents based on a very classic approach to Western academic categorization. They visited built heritage classes, objects and collection, intangible heritage classes, and on yet another lecture, geological processes, ecological processes, biodiversity conservation. And since we gave our students lots of choices in the program, they would always get some of this collection, but hardly ever all of the perspectives that we could possibly bring together. Now, in the reflection we had, which was largely built on our students' various expertise, because as a consecutive master and PhD program, we get students who do already have their first degree, ranging from archaeology, history, but also to ecology, to anthropology, music sociology, etc., and often initial careers in the heritage field. When our students come to the university, they often learn as much from each other as they do from our teaching staff, based on the exchanges of experiences and the discussion of different views and perception. And so what our students gave back to us in this reflection process corresponds very much to what Emily and Ang contributed this morning. Firstly, that the classification that we sustained in the academic system was very disruptive of their understanding of cultural heritage, of community processes, and obstructed to a certain extent the appreciation and full-scale recreation of cultural heritage, and that an inseparable approach was needed also in an academic environment. And again, as Ang has told us, that such an approach can more closely relate to the life and livelihoods of the communities, which should be our key focus as future heritage managers, facilitators, preservers, or whatever you want to call this. So in fact, this is what we've been trying to take forward, and we now fully revised our program, focusing on cross-cutting issues like governments, policy development, conservation and safeguarding, rights-based approaches, involvements, resilience, or heritage identification and creation processes, no longer separating into how this could be done for natural, cultural objects, place-based, intangible, tangible cultural heritage, but really trying to overcome all these classifications and compartmentalizations, looking at governance cross-inspired from all the various heritage perspectives that we can be looking at. And so we're also trying to overcome the perhaps barriers that may still be perceived between the conventions. Ahmed told us of an approach between distinction on the one hand and representation on the other. And yet, when we look at the World Heritage Convention, which was the distinction part, then although the OUV concept indeed still constitutes the benchmark that requires quality judgment, the moment a community with its heritage feels recognized in the international context, it becomes an approach of representation of human achievements across time and space, and this is what all heritage stands for.
Thank you very much, Professor Britta, for sharing this important information about interdisciplinarity and cross-cutting and also intersectorial approaches toward understanding the synergies between the heritage. So those indeed are very rich experiences of synergies across different regions. We touched on certain different topics related to education, policy, multiculturalism, SDGs, and also academia. Now what we would like to also learn in order to safeguard the tangible and intangible heritage together through a holistic approach, what are the challenges you have encountered, what worked well, and how did you overcome the challenges? So I will leave the floor for the panelists to start. Emily? Emily, you would like to start with this?
Okay, thank you. Could I have a slide on Stone Town? Stone Town, Zanzibar? If not, in the meantime, I'll just share with you an experience that I had. Not that one, next. I had the privilege of visiting like the many spatial places all over the world. Could I have the next slide? Not that one. No. You keep going back. It's structures and street. Yeah, perfect. So Stone Town, Zanzibar is a very enchanting place. It's got the whole of Stone Town is a UNESCO inscribed site. And previously it was full of living heritage, people baking bread and, fishing and doing all sorts of things which are associated with people who live along the coastline. And of course, the structures have really beautiful architectural design which tells of the history of the community there. I visited 3 times. On the 3rd visit, we increasingly found that Stone Town is being overtaken by hotels. And the hotels are pushing out the community from what was their home and where they actually enacted some of their living heritage. So you walk through the streets and the alleys, and it's really a beautiful space physically, but then it's becoming devoid of what it symbolizes in terms of history, in terms of economic activity, the social and the cultural structures within Stone Town. And I think this can be replicated in different parts of the world. If you look critically at inscription being an opportunity to open up a particular space, a cultural space, it attracts tourism, and then tourism takes over. And for me, that was an example of how the intangible dimension of cultural heritage was not given enough space, enough importance, and was not protected sufficiently. I'm trying to bring out these kind of examples not to downplay the importance of the tangible. It's really important to have physical references of what happened and who utilized the space and who was there. But the intangible cultural heritage, once it is not taken into account, you end up having vacuums. So you have a beautiful coastline. Maybe 70% of it now is almost covered with hotels. It is feeding into the tourism agenda, not the cultural agenda. So the community have moved out to make space for the tourists, and then you go there and you actually look for the community and you don't find them. You don't find the relevance of why this place is considered special. So it's really important for me and anyone who's in the culture sector to see how governments can make a balance. On the one hand, inscription is really a great way of protecting our heritage, but at the same time, the intangible living dimension of cultural heritage must also be given equal and equal value and relevance in terms of protecting what makes this space important. That was an example which I felt was very painful because I went there earlier and then went there later and saw such a difference. And it's so disempowering to a community when you see the spaces which used to be home now full of people. Granted, they're coming to visit and appreciate your cultural heritage, but they don't even have half the story of what took place there, and they don't really have an opportunity to respect and care for what you were holding dear.
Thank you very much, Emily. Dear panelists, anyone would like to share their experience? Ang?
Hi. In the World Heritage Sessions recently in Ria, APA unit, Hema, presented the periodic reporting and the action plan. She mentioned about 5 C's of the UNESCO, which start with credibility, conservation, capacity building, communication, and community. For us in the site, we look at on the other way, the other directions. We understand who is the community, what is their culture, how do we communicate with them, what are the capacity building that we can provide. Then we talk about conservation, then you get the credibility. These are the issues and challenges that we face every day, all the time. Saturday, Sunday, different time zone, my handphone never stops. I represent just one of the many site managers who are committed to safeguard and protect the World Heritage Site. Issue of tourism, issue of gentrifications, and the pressure of developments. And for us, representing the site managers, we hope that the opportunities, in particular in terms of resources of time, money, and the channel to be listened in decision making are opened up. Because I believe that site managers is the, it's almost like the cheese in the pizza over here. It makes it delicious. It's necessary, but normally you don't see it. But without that, it doesn't work. So that is what I want to say, that the real expert on cultural heritage is actually within the people. Let us, the site managers, are the middle person to bridge between the conventions at UNESCO level and the local people who are practicing that, and they might not know that they are the heritage barriers. And they are the heritage custodians. And I really hope that, the issues that we discuss in this beautiful hall today, we can bring it down and think about, what can we bring it down and make it changes of a meaningful local voices. I think last week we have an online sessions and our moderator asked us, what are the message that we want to bring to all of you who are here, who are very important policymakers, and the decision that you make will change a life of a family, of a community, of a society. And if I can bring one suggestion to you is like, let's open up opportunity to listen to the people, the real people on the site. Actually, what do they want? If they want tourism to come in, as a way to change the perspective to that place. There was a site visit yesterday, and that can be an opportunity to them. If the local people want that, let's help them. But we make sure that, it is well planned and reduce now the negative impact. But we cannot go too extreme, because I believe that, for a cultural site to be meaningful, it has to be in a balance of all the stakeholders and all the voices that we need to listen, in particular now, those that we have been not able to reach out. One example is, often we do workshops or capacity buildings. If we do it from Monday to Friday, during working hours, our communities will say like, hey, I cannot come, I have a full-time job. I cannot be on leave all the time, my boss will fire me. So we try to do it on the weekends and break it up into like maybe 2 hours, and then after that, a week later, we meet them again, because that's the way that they can absorb all the information that we want to deliver. And I think like everyone who are in this hall here today wanted to make the world better for the next generations. However, one thing that worries me a lot is because the field of heritage sector, there was a conversation with one of my committee last week before I come here. They say, hey, I'm the youngest in my committee, I'm 49. This is happening. How are we going to make sure that heritage is something that is cool, that's important, that show an identity that young people wanted to come in? Not as their full-time, not as their part-time, but as their passions. So I think these are the issues that I want to address over here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ang. Anyone who would like to intervene? Dr. Ahmed?
Thank you very much. I'd like to rapidly share a Moroccan example on which I have worked for the UNESCO SG Academy on intangible heritage and sustainable development. And the Amafla Square in Marrakesh. I also have slides. I hope they can show the pictures I sent. Here it is. Interpreters can't see it. All know this square. It's in the very heart of Marrakesh, downtown Marrakesh. In 2020, the local authorities decided to start an urban renovation project in this space, in this cultural space that is at the very heart of the Medina, so it's downtown Marrakesh. And many important architects submitted proposals. Some young architects and landscape architects won the contract. They were asked to work on the facades because there was, a great variety in terms of facades and shop signs and some public spaces were occupied, and they had to work on public lighting and also on the landscape. And the first time the architects met, they merely said, we are on World Heritage Site. This space is in the list. So they told the local authorities that they wouldn't be able to act as in a normal site. They needed an expert and from UNESCO, and this is the way how I was involved in this project. There was an exchange with the architects, with the local authorities to understand the impact of this urban renovation project on the World Heritage Site. So how to act, how to intervene in a World Heritage Site. It is a living city, you know. It's a 1,000-year-old city. It's vibrant. There are lots of activities, and especially in a space like this, that it is exactly at the heart, at the center of the historical site. So, and it is also, I mean, in the representation list. We understood, they understood that it was necessary to adopt an approach paying attention to the two conventions. It was necessary to comply with the two conventions, how to preserve a built-up environment, so the buildings around the squares, how to increase the visual quality of this material heritage without transforming it, without changing its nature, and how to work on the intangible heritage, how to consider the life of people, of the performance, the acrobats, and all the craftsmen and all the people, all the vendors who concentrate there, how to act on this universe so that they might participate in this renovation and requalification project without depriving them of their right to work in the square. These projects of requalification of the heritage should never interfere with the intangible heritage. That was the challenge, and actually it was a great exercise of thinking, of reflection, and the debate is still going on, and hopefully a formula will be found that is a good compromise between the different stakeholders' positions. Thank you very much.
Rodolphe, do you have any intervention on this?
Yes, thank you. Maybe a brief one. When I think about challenges in the holistic approach to intangible and tangible heritage, I'm mostly thinking about the divides that are being created between the conceptions and terminology for both. When we welcome a new group of students to our university, they're all united in a way by their curiosity for heritage, by their intention to contribute to the transmission of global heritage. They believe in the power of heritage. And then along the way, we start educating across the conventional boundaries, also with reference to the two UNESCO conventions, in different terminologies, in different epistemologies and concepts. And my example is actually the introduction of our panel today. Each and every one of us has been introduced according to their merits in one or the other, or both of the convention and the respective professional perspectives we bring in here. And this is a little bit like taking a group of children who play with each other among equals aside to teach them about cultural and religious differences and how each and every one of them represents a distinct group and a distinct origin, to then afterwards bring them together again and tell them to treat each other as equal without differences, which obviously will be much harder in this reverse way. So my call would really be, if we want to overcome this terminological and conceptual differences first and try to bring forward means of creating expertise or involvement in the convention without the barrier first, but with an open approach to either side, we might be able to overcome these conceptual and terminological boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For all of you, for the inspiring interventions and shared experiences. To wrap up the first session, I would like to ask all of you a final question. What would be your recommendations to take a holistic approach further in the future? I will start with you, Ms. Cullen.
I thought I was off the hook, but he's back again. I didn't respond on the second round mainly because so much of what my colleagues were saying resonated with my own experience in a small island developing state in Barbados. So I didn't see it necessary to speak and amplify on that point. But what I do want to talk about are some of the ways in which we are moving forward with our indeed holistic approach around heritage, and inviting particularly our young people to explore heritage first before getting into the technicalities of the 1972 or the 2003 convention. In a sense, what we are trying to achieve is to encourage excitement about exploration into these aspects of who we are and what our identity is, by giving them the opportunity to look at various aspects of the built or the natural environment, or indeed respond to various aspects or performances or practices of intangible cultural heritage, and then come back to us and tell us what was important and special about it, not telling them at the beginning that this is important. So some of the ways in which the young people have come back to us have included, and are not restricted to, cosplay at the museum, exploring who their heroes are, who they consider to be important about carrying on the intangible cultural heritage of Barbados, because they exist as heroes, as names in the historical past and in the context of our World Heritage Sites, but don't come to life until they live it, until they explore what it means to be in a particular circumstance historically, and how you would choose to move beyond that situation, recover, and reclaim your own cultural space. Other candidates have moved forward creating their own documentaries about what is important about this heritage site. They have written their own poetry about why X or Y place is meaningful. They have created their own performances and plays. They have reinterpreted historical photography or historical art, but with a different lens, a decolonial lens, which allows them greater latitude to say why it has meaning and import, and how they move beyond that. They have created comic books about the historical importance of that particular space, and why we are interested in seeing continuity and change occur in those spaces amongst the practitioners of different aspects of heritage. So all of these have been ways in which we haven't created them. We have simply created the opportunity for the youth to explore them, and then in so doing, they have advanced our knowledge and understanding and appreciation for the cultural heritage.
Thank you very much. Ms. Drani, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yes, thank you. I have a huge ask to UNESCO, and that is to find a way to marry the two conventions. This might not happen over time, overnight, but it will be a service to the future generations to have an organization that takes intellectual leadership in the area of cultural heritage to pronounce itself on the interconnectivity, the interdependence, the inseparable nature of cultural heritage. Because if we continue having culture divided into the two parts, that is how our governments will understand it, how cultural and cultural heritage curricula will pick it up, and then you have a very unrealistic way of looking at cultural heritage that doesn't resonate with what actually happens on the ground. So that's my huge ask. In terms of practice, I think both conventions have a lot of resources on how to train and how to understand, and therefore, hopefully those two can come together. But more important is the value judgment element of the 1972 convention, the issue of bringing communities into the space and giving them leadership, and marrying the principles and the values in the two conventions. That would be really a service to us in the culture sector to have that leader, that intellectual leader, say that this is actually the way to go. Have no space between tangible and intangible cultural heritage, because in reality it doesn't exist. It is very useful when you're a development worker and you want to carry out training. It is practical. But in terms of what happens on the ground, the way people see the world, there is no distinction. So that is my big ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Angie?
I echo to Emily's suggestions, but before you get married, you know each other first. That's how we do in our culture, you date first. Actually, there is a lot of similarities. We don't want to look for differences of two conventions. I give you one example. 1972, you call it operational guideline. 2003, you call it operational directive. I have two books at my desk all the time and referring them for answers. And in 1972, it's called the List of World Heritage Sites. 2003, you call it the List of ICH and Register of the Good Safeguarding Practices. It is possible to get married, but I think your path will be long and difficult. But my suggestion will be, number one, think out of the box, in particular when you are using resources. For example, there are a lot of opportunities for the advisory bodies in the World Heritage Centers and the C2C, Category 2 centers to work together, because sometimes I introduce myself as the site managers and you say, oh, you are 1972 convention. And I said, no, I have living heritage, so I'm 2003 convention, although I'm not nominated. So I think it's possible for us to look beyond the convention, beyond the list. It's not about what list, what nomination, but it's about how can we make this possible for the city or for the communities that need help from UNESCO and for the international communities to safeguard it better. And the next thing is, of course, how are we going to connect between UNESCO, the entity that people will feel like, wow, it's very, very far away, it's in Paris or it's in our sub-regional offices, with the local officers, for example, the state parties, and even to the site managers. Who are the entities that can play an important role in this process of redefining the next 20 years or the next 50 years for humanities? I think more importantly, not only two conventions that need to get married. I think there are 6 conventions, and there is also the UCCN Creative Cities Network. There's a lot more documents that we have, and why don't we have this thinking of like, can we synchronize all of them together for the next generation, for the lady who speak with us earlier with her drawings. So I think we need to make next generation say like, okay, the earlier generation did a good job. I think that is what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Professor Sconti?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A paper was published, The Lost Ring. It was an article on the two conventions, The Lost Ring. And actually, at that time, I had identified at least 11 World Heritage Sites to whom an intangible heritage is connected. The example I have made later, Marrakesh, is not the only one. I had found 11 at that time, and since that time, the list has been growing. Actually, during the opening speeches of the dignitaries focused on Naples and the art of pizzaiolo in Naples is a full-fledged intangible heritage. We might focus on some pilot projects on those World Heritage Sites where there is a connection with an intangible heritage to understand whether there is any synergy possible, in what ways this might improve the quality of life of local communities, and to include World Heritage in a strategy of local development. And in general, at an international level, I would like to raise two or four actually points about the two conventions. The lists are limited. In 2009, there was a UNESCO meeting on the World Heritage List Convention. The issue of the moratorium had been, discussed and then discarded. I know nobody likes it, but we would reflect. Are lists never-ending, or, are we still including heritage sites in the lists? Otherwise, we might not be able to really protect World Heritage, because it's, also a question of resources, and I know for a fact at both local and international level. And another point is the international debates becoming too political. And, I'm alluding to the processes of creation of heritage, at an international level. We should avoid this debate becoming too political in order to have a larger participation of the local communities. This will increase the credibility of our action, that will become more inclusive. And another point is how to turn safeguarding material and intangible heritage a unique process from local communities to UNESCO. Sites should become an engine for the remaining cultural heritage that is not included in the lists. I mean that the lists and international recognition in general might be a tool to improve the situation of the whole heritage in the countries. lists being limited, all the monuments, all the heritage is not included, and heritage outside the lists are threatened, are not protected, and this holds true for cultural practices as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sconti. Professor Rodolphe.
Yes, thank you very much. I would really like to echo Emily's call for the conventional marriage, knowing that legally this is completely impossible, but yet desirable. But perhaps a closer procedural alignment between the two conventions might be a way forward that UNESCO could be anticipating, perhaps a closer cooperation between their governing bodies, an exchange between participants in the various processes of the convention, be it the evaluation processes to discover synergies, complementarities. Humans tend to learn by observation and by exchange with others, and events such as today, bringing us together to exchange across conventional barriers, is really a step in the right direction. And I would advocate that this exchange continues through the participation in the processes under both conventions by those participants who are usually more embedded in the other one, and perhaps even open the exchange to involve those people we've been speaking about beyond the conventional boundaries, heritage communities, practitioners who could contribute their holistic view and who perhaps haven't even understood the differences that the two UNESCO conventions have created. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, dear panelists, are there any interventions or reflections on the comments mentioned? Alessandra, you would like to go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. I very much appreciated both Emily and Rita's remarks. It seems to me that the call for synergistic approaches is possible, but we have to consider how we do this, particularly where we are called upon to produce periodic reports, evaluation processes, and even now looking at upstream processes. One of the key things that I think that the two conventions could benefit from is, in fact, what the ICH does in terms of benchmarking good practice. Because while we are busy with the process of implementing the convention on a day-to-day basis, very little time is actually taken to following the inscription of sites or inscription of elements. Very little time is taken to see how the experience of going through that process and then the actual management and conservation of these things is actively put into place on an ongoing basis across the board. Now, in a small island developing state, when we talk about the conventions and we talk about the reality of people on the ground, the reality for us is that there's one department of culture, there are limited number of personnel available to actually implement these different aspects. And actually what happens is we do take the route of involving different persons and different participants in a number of ways in order to pull forward the identifiable results as a result of the management and legal processes and the conservation processes. But what needs to be realized is that the limited resources that are available within the conventions themselves, and which we expect will be enhanced by the resources of the state parties, remain chronically limited in those small states, whereas they're available in larger states. What we need to do is to find a way which balances the periodic processes that we are required to undertake, and see how we can build these into markers of the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals, how we can demonstrate the reality for many of our sites and our communities on the ground by making the documentation of the progress that has been achieved part and parcel of our day-to-day planning processes within communities, within towns, within states, within nations. And it is not impossible to do, since many individual communities have to undertake this. They have to do it in order to be able to respond to the demand of the state in order to file their periodic reports. So I think if we can find ways to make that a level playing field, we would have achieved a lot in terms of the marriage, whether recognized or not. We can make that work, and that could be a very helpful way of de-stressing the process while amplifying the results beyond the conventions to help achieve Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandra. That's very insightful thoughts. Any other reflection from the panelists? Then, having heard the very diverse and interesting experiences from different regions, I would like now to open the floor and the discussion to our dear participants regarding the topic. Is there any examples to trigger you or curiosity you to learn more? Or are there any other experiences to share? Or if you have any questions to our dear panelists? I think there are mics around the room. Please, your name, organization, and to who you are going to direct your question. We'll start with ADG for Culture.
Hi. It's not a question, so it's more a reflection on what we heard. And the idea is to hear the room more than UNESCO or the one that we are working. Now, I wanted to share something that you mentioned at the end, all of you, is that understanding that it's a quite difficult marriage to get it because it was done in different timelines and with most of the same member states, but somehow in different timeline, it will be long. It will be a long way to go to the marriage. What I wanted to share with you is that after the Mondial Cult Declaration last year, one of the issues that we have to build on it with the member states is to build the global report that we are preparing. As you know, and you mentioned the 6th Convention and the network of creative cities, they have different monitoring systems from member states, or for, in this case, the practitioners, or even civil society in other convention, or the site managers. What we are trying to push, and in some of the committee we have been able, but we need your help also to let understand, is that we are going in a direction where we have to have the same timeline for the periodic review. Because at the end, what we're gonna give all state parties is a way forward so that we can do a management of each of these conventions during a periodicity of 4 years. So that when we're gonna have a report, it will not take each convention separately. It will be with experts on the big main issues that were part of the declaration. Cultural rights, climate crisis, heritage in crisis in the big sense. So it will be focused without doing the separation between the instruments, but more on policy, legislation, and practice. So
yes, for the monitoring, we are doing this work. We need all member states to be part of this reflection and to help us to build on it. And that's why we are building this platform that today you know very well. For the monitoring, we have 5 different platforms in the culture sector. So we are building to have it for the 2029 report, the same platform that will receive all the information, that will ask half of the questions that are asked for each conventions and to the same member states, so that we can analyze what we are receiving. Today we are not able to do it. You have in some convention, in this one 72, a periodic report on 6 years, 5 years, depending on the regions. In the other it has been global, in other it's national. So we have to come together so that we can have the monitoring as a one tool with all the aspects of heritage and culture in general. And that will give some leverage to build on what should be the future and the vision of those instruments to do the follow-up. That's what I wanted to share. So we are working on it. That's all. But now it's up to room to ask questions. So I give back the...
Thank you very much. Thank you, and thanks for the panelists and the chair. It's interesting topic, how these intangible and tangible goes together hand in hand. In the old city of Sana'a, which is the capital of Yemen, one of the inscribed sites on the list, UNESCO list, there are some buildings which are for specific purposes, like traditional handicrafts, and they are built to be suitable and convenient for these crafts. Now, because of the social change, business change, some of these handicrafts are not they are not useful enough for the people, I mean, business-wise. People are trying to leave them and open a new business. New businesses like corner shops, which is affecting the intangible side of the city or of the whole cultural heritage of the city. What can we do to encourage people to stay continuing doing the intangible, these handicrafts, traditional handicrafts, which is suitable, and the city is built tentatively to be suitable for these jobs? How can we encourage the local authorities and encourage even the governments to develop their laws to protect these handicrafts, which is part of the intangible cultural heritage, to still go in hand with the tangible cultural heritage? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Anyone would like to take on that?
Okay. When all your colleagues look at you, I will answer. We have the same problem in Georgetown, where the so-called traditional craft is no longer in the mainstream needs. For example, rattan basket, is replaced with newer, cheaper plastic bag, woolen bags. People no longer use a big rattan. One of the issues is not only there's no market, there's also lack of the natural resources for that, because of the way of our life has changed. One of the things that we try to do is there's something that people say, creative economy, that is inspired from cultural heritage. So we look into the potential market of tourism, because all the tourists come to the town, they are looking for something to bring home. So the size of the products must be reduced. In the past, it might be huge. Now we have to make it possible for them to check in, small enough. Number two is that it has to be affordable enough with the supply of the materials to make it, and also the creative way of telling the identity of the place. So it is also an opportunity for us to engage with the younger generation, to bring them in and encourage them to start off this as entrepreneurships. So these are some of the possibilities in looking for that. Of course, there will be a lot more challenges, but instead of looking for what is not possible, I think it's more important of like we learn from each other what is possible to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have also a question from the floor.
Hello. Good evening, good morning, and thank you for the invitation and for all the speeches. Very interesting. I'm the director of the Univerde Foundation. Is one of the competent body involved in the safeguarding of the element art of Neapolitan pizzaiolo. I'm very interested in the marriage between the conventions, but also with Agenda 2030. In particular, I would like to know if for our elements, there are guidelines or indications to observe for the care of animals, for the environment, for the climate change, because in the two conventions, some parts are not so upgraded with the new rules about the United Nations on, in particular, about climate change. So I would like to know if you will give rules or any other information on these matters. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Anyone? Is it directed to any of the panelists, or shall I pick one of them? Or is there any voluntary? Go ahead, Alessandra.
I think the point that you've made is very, very important. What we can say is that while we have not constructed these kinds of tools that I was referring to in terms of the SDGs and the outcomes of the different periodic reports and other exercises, while we have not created specific tools, I think that the intent for this kind of meeting and the interest of the audience and others online would send a critical message as to why it is important and that we need to look at it. Typically what UNESCO does, or in cases like this, is that it will now launch a study to determine what kinds of tools and what kinds of processes could be put in place that respond to these particular points. At this stage, my colleagues and I don't have an answer for you, but I think we are understanding it becomes increasingly important that we do achieve these. And it's done typically through an analysis, an evaluation, and a report that is commissioned, and then we see the outcomes discussed at the World Heritage Center, at UNESCO in general, and then put out to the public. Okay.
Thank you, Alessandra. Emily?
Yeah, just to quickly add, in East Africa, we had an opportunity under the regional UNESCO office to have case studies to understand the impact of climate change on cultural heritage and the reverse. How does heritage contribute to the mitigation and the resilience in the face of the challenges with climate change? So I think those are the sort of the building blocks for UNESCO to eventually think of maybe a unit or some clear intervention on how climate change is going to be addressed and how it impacts on cultural heritage. But at least at the regional level, this is something that is just in the conceptual stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, and I hope that's answered your question. So we have a question from the distinguished delegate of Mongolia.
Thank you very much. I am from Mongolia, North Nasan. This is very important issues. The integration of two conventions is very crucial, critical question, because criteria of two conventions show differences. It is very difficult to integrate them, but we have very good way to integrate intangible, tangible heritage, natural and cultural heritage. In 2000, 72 convention. This convention has very good criteria. 3 is 6. And also this convention has very good category, cultural landscape category. We can, in cultural landscape category, to integrate cultural, natural heritage, also intangible, tangible heritage, characteristics of property. Only we very concerned would be in nomination process. Now IUCN and ICOMOS in evolution process, they have reports separately. I think they could be reported evolution report together. In this case, very good integration of intangible and tangible heritage, also cultural and natural heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your intervention, and it's really important to keep in mind also, think about the work of the ABs when, in terms of evaluating a site, whether it was a mixed site or is it a cultural landscape. And this is absolutely one of the challenges to integrate the two typologies of heritage, tangible and intangible, but that is also give us a way to move forward, how to think about the evaluation methodology and how IUCN and ICOMOS should work together to overcome this issue. So is there any other question from the floor? Hey, yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much for very productive and information of distinguished experts. Naira Kilician from the Ministry of Education, Science, Culture and Sport of Armenia. I want to say that in 2008, Iran has inscribed in World Cultural Heritage Site list, the St. Thaddeus Apostle Monastery as a very important architectural and cultural site. In 2020, at the 5th session of the 2003 convention, the nomination Pilgrimage to the St. Thaddeus Apostle Monastery, prepared jointly with the Islamic Republic of Iran, was successfully inscribed in UNESCO Intangible Cultural Representative List. The question is how we can encourage the different communities in different countries to protect, safeguarding this very important monastery and the culture of pilgrimage together. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Anyone would like to take on that? Yes, Professor Rodolphe.
Yes, thank you very much. I think to encourage the communities to look at integrated approaches would also be facilitated through the mutual recognition of such expressions under both of the UNESCO conventions, as in the case that you described, which would then, including with the new reporting mechanisms that Mr. Ottone has just introduced to us, bring different communities together in looking at the heritage more holistically. If you allow me, I would also like to briefly comment on the remark from our representative of Mongolia concerning the bringing together of natural and cultural approaches under the World Heritage Convention, which also the afternoon session would be focused on. He mentioned the set of criteria that the World Heritage Convention has available, which is very different from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention. I agree. But opposed to the legal texts of the convention, the criteria are more flexible and can be adjusted and changed over time. And perhaps this is something we could also enter into an active discussion. I'm personally wondering, given the bringing together of conservation and management approaches across culture and natural heritage in the World Heritage Convention, we are indeed still timely to have a set of criteria which, although they are not strictly separated anymore, still distinguishes the cultural criteria evaluated in one way and the natural criteria evaluated in another. And perhaps it's time to look at a new set of criteria that don't implement a nature-culture divide anymore, or even think of a new set of criteria that also overcome the tangible and intangible conception. Because there seems to be a misconception that criterion 6 in the World Heritage Convention recognizes the intangible component, while in fact almost each of the criteria does. There's so much intangible in recognition of cultural practices under criterion 3, or traditional land use systems under criterion 5, and the same applies to all of the others, including the natural criteria. So perhaps this is actually a starting point to think of new approaches to at least the World Heritage Convention. Thank you.
Thank you. Ang, you would like to have anything to add?
Yeah, if I may answer. How to encourage people to safeguard, anything. I think one thing that we all learned from COVID is we learned that life is more than just money, it's more than just power, it's more than what you achieve. It is also about you try to understand what is your identity and what do you want to do in your current life. At least that's what I've learned. And during that 3 years of COVID, it really have a very high impact, because nowadays we receive higher responses from the community on cultural heritage. We try not to promote cultural heritage as a very niche area, but we want to incorporate that as part of your life, part of how you want to live your life and what you want to pass it down. I think that understanding and that empowerment will be a very important energy to encourage people to take an important part to do it. I also would like to respond to the synergy things. Actually, I think it's not impossible to marry both of them. The fact that our side, Georgetown itself, we already synergized it. It's a past tense. We due to popular demand, because we're a cultural site, we have to deal with the issues. We already use both conventions in our work. So it is possible. And we have been doing that. And I think I'm not the only site who's doing that. I think a lot of people also referring to both convention or even more convention. So I think I'm quite optimistic that this will happen. ICROM have a program called People, Nature, Culture. They already started, and it is quite well responded. It's people, nature, and their culture. And it is possible for us to move towards that directions. Thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to add something small about community engagement. If the community has understood that this intervention is about their heritage, you don't need to do too much work to make them understand and take part, active part in safeguarding activities. The only thing is the terminology, the processes might be alien. But if they have understood that what you're suggesting is about their identity, their sense of belonging, their values, you connect immediately with what they value. It doesn't take a lot of work to get them involved in how they can transmit this to the younger generation, how they can put it in formal education and different ways in which you can safeguard heritage. Then on the subject of marriage, I wanted to give an example of the Kaya forests in Kenya, the Mijikenda, where you have double inscription. You have under this 72 convention, and then it's also under the 2003 convention. Maybe it's time now to start looking at those kind of examples and learning from them what has really worked well in having this double inscription, and that could be a point of departure on how you can bring these two things together, because in practice it has happened with some of the heritage sites which also have inscription on intangible cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. And the last two questions. Yes, please.
Well, my name is Fatima. I represent here my minister, the Minister of Culture and Tourism. Je voudrais aussi parler en français. En premier lieu, c'est pour remercier l'invitation.
I will speak English.
Parce que c'est une
And I would like to thank the Italian government and UNESCO, and it is a very important issue. This is an initiative that we have to pursue, the integration between material heritage and intangible heritage. My sister from Uganda has mentioned a very important issue, and this is important also for integration in our own countries. And this debate, this discussion will be an important exchange of experience. And on behalf of my government, I'd like to share our experience of integration. We have culture, environment, and tourism. You were also alluding to sustainable development goals. These initiatives have to be included in the framework of sustainable development. Otherwise, it is impossible to talk about culture, climate change, indigenous populations. This is just to tell you that this dialogue must continue. We have to involve as many stakeholders as possible. We have to promote, and I ask UNESCO to promote a joint program integrating these two conventions with the important sustainable development goals in this beautiful royal palace, in this beautiful capital city. We will have the opportunity to discuss about these issues. I want to thank UNESCO. I want to congratulate on the panelists. This is a very important theme. It's an important topic. We have to protect cultural heritage in our world, a global world, not only a national or regional world. Thank you very much.
We have a last question.
Buongiorno. Io rappresento.
Good morning. I represent an association of citizens that here in Naples is focused on the protection of churches in the historical center of Naples, which is a very important element of the biggest and most important site in Europe, which is the historical center of Naples, and which is hosting this very important international meeting. And as a citizen, I would like to thank all of you for the organization of the meeting. We are following the works with huge attention, and first of all, we really appreciate the idea and the hope for a marriage between the conventions on tangible and intangible heritage that we are experimenting in Naples. We have been doing it for a few years, and we hope that thanks to the region, the local government, we will achieve important results. Why do we say so? because over the remarks you have been speaking and often mentioned pizza, which is for sure a huge element of attraction at popular level. But we also have to consider one of the most prominent elements, that is the richness of the artistic and architectural heritage of our city, which makes it a sort of a global capital city of UNESCO, if we want. As a citizen, I hope, and we hope in general, that this occasion can be an occasion to relaunch the importance of the historical center of Naples, which is currently suffering actually an issue which is shared, a challenge that is shared among several sites belonging to UNESCO. And this issue, this challenge, is represented by the inhabitants of these sites that are attacked, invaded by mass tourism. And the hope and the aspiration that we all have as citizens and as an association is that thanks to the fact that the current government has started trying to create a balance in this area, and we hope to reach this exact balance and the compatibility, the interconnection of all those elements and all the challenges related to the presence of inhabitants and the presence of tourists. So the marriage also of between the tangible and intangible heritage, which is not only in our city, but it's common all over UNESCO sites. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to conclude this session with an intervention from our dear colleague Joe King from ICRAM.
Thank you. Is this? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. I really was trying hard not to take the floor, so I apologize for taking it, but it's been such a fascinating discussion that I couldn't resist. First of all, I want to thank all the panelists, because these were really, really excellent presentations from all of you. So I want to say that to begin with. On the issue of marriage, this is the 21st century. So I think what Dr. Rudolph said, I think, is very correct. You actually, legally, I don't think you can't marry these things together. But maybe living together, having
How about a long engagement?
Okay, so I think that's the way to go. But, and this is really why I wanted to take the floor, in listening to especially these last discussions about the culture and nature issue. The culture and nature parts have been married for 50 years now. They were married in the World Heritage Convention. But when I came in to the World Heritage Convention 26 years ago, actually in this building, in 1997 in the Naples World Heritage Committee, when I came in, the culture people were not talking to the nature people were not talking to the culture people, and there was no integration between the two, or very, very little, I would say. So I think there is something that was already married. I think it's a mindset, and with all due respect to UNESCO and to ICRAM, I mean, I include myself in that. We've not been very good at creating that holistic approach, that integrated approach. We use a lot of different words, but we haven't been very good at that. And I think it's something that now suddenly it seems like we're actually finally starting to do it. The culture and nature thing took off 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and it's getting better. It's not there yet, but it's getting better. The intangible, tangible, and Britta, thank you for mentioning NAR plus 20. There were some pleas during NAR plus 20 that there should be more integration, but it didn't happen at that point in time. But now, finally, we're here in Naples 20 years later, and it's actually, and it's actually happening. And so I think it's a mindset, and the mindset has to start with us, the institutions. Actually, the Kayas are a wonderful example. I used to live next to a Kaya, actually, in Rabai. The people on the Kayas don't see a difference between culture and nature, and they don't see a difference between intangible and tangible. And I think what we need to do is we actually need to follow that, and we need to build take our conventions and build our programs taking that into account. The fact that at the level of the people on the ground, the communities, the people, they don't see the difference, and so we need to follow up with that. And I just want to say one last thing. I know we're out of time. We've been talking about intangible, we've been talking about tangible. we're missing something in the tangible, though, and that is objects, museums. And that's something that we don't, in fact, I was waiting for you to say something else, Sandra, and you didn't. But I think it's important.
I was being very restrained.
But it's important to bring that up also, because when we talk about holistic approaches, it's not just culture and nature or tangible and intangible. But even, again, within the tangible, we don't integrate ourselves the objects and the buildings themselves.
Yeah, cultural property and cultural heritage. Yeah.
I've overstayed my welcome. Thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Joe. So having said that, we have listened from the practitioners, from academics, from NGOs, from policymakers. I would like to thank you very much for this very dynamic exchange, and I would like to invite you to give another round of applause to our dear panelists for this very wonderful, amazing session. Thank you very much.
And in fact, it will be served outside the plenary room. We have a little request. We were wondering if maybe the panelists, especially those for this afternoon session, could go first so that we can ensure a timely session this afternoon. So bon appétit, as we say in France, and enjoy your meal. See you here at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock sharp, please. Thank you.
I hope you had an excellent, yummy lunch break. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we will be now starting our second session of the day, which is Nature/Culture to Nature Culture Inclusive, an integrated approach to heritage for sustainable development of peoples and planets. So for this very interesting second session of the day, let us invite and give a big applause to our panelists who are already here excitedly waiting for all of you, led by Ms. Farah Nairi. Ms. Farah, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Benvenuti. My name is Farah Nairi. I am a journalist writing on culture. I write for the New York Times in London. And it gives me great pleasure, and I'm truly honored to be in this city, which I absolutely adore. I used to live in Rome and worked in Rome, so Italy is also my country. I'm originally from Iran, and so again, it is a really great pleasure for me to be here with you this afternoon. Now, I'd like to start by briefly speaking to you about someone who sort of embodies very well the theme of our session this afternoon, which is to say nature and culture. And that person is the Argentine artist Tomás Saraceno. Maybe some of you are familiar with him, but a few months ago at the Serpentine Galleries in London, where I live, he actually put on an exhibition, and it involved spider webs. They were real spider webs that he had woven, obviously by spiders, in his studio in Berlin and somehow transported to London. I have no idea how. In previous exhibitions of spider webs, he did include the spiders, so you would go in the museum and you would see the spiders inside the webs. In this case, the spiders were not there, but he left the doors and the windows of one side of the Serpentine open so that from Hyde Park, where the museum is located, spiders and real-life animals could actually creep in. So it was just this kind of enchanting vision of how an artist can marry a culture and nature and be very, very successful, which he is, and bring in lots of big crowds. And Saraceno, he also works with indigenous communities. He flies big balloons that are powered only by the sun and wind over Salinas Grandes in Argentina, which is a huge salt flat. And as it happens, this salt flat is basically inhabited. I mean, there's a community, indigenous community living around that salt flat. But the fact that lithium is being extracted from these salt flats for use in batteries, which are said to be energy efficient, you know, the whole business of making everything climate friendly is being very harmful to these indigenous communities because it's depleting their water supplies. So these are some of the stakes of the conversation we're having today, because our conversation, as you know, is about nature and culture and how the two can be integrated in a sustainable way to push for and obtain a better world. Because what Saraceno has been denouncing in his art are the ravages of capitalism, the ravages of industrialization, of technological progress. We are now in a full-blown climate emergency. Planet temperatures are climbing all the time, natural disasters, you've witnessed them on your doorstep. And emergencies are occurring at an alarming frequency. I mean, just think of the pandemic. The actions of human beings are having an unprecedented impact on planet Earth. And they are the root cause of climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, and natural hazards. And what's become clear is that all of this has gone too far. The drive for growth, the drive for profits has been damaging, and it's time to slow down, to talk about phenomena such as degrowth, Instead of growing, let's degrow. Let's grow less, let's slow down, and let's go back to the way we human beings used to live, and go back to the real communities, the indigenous communities, who can teach us the way forward. And I think that multinational organizations such as UNESCO obviously are reminding us that the West and the dominant powers have ignored and perhaps overlooked these cultures, traditions, teachings, and the wisdom of indigenous communities at their peril. Today we realize the climate emergency and other planetary catastrophes could perhaps have been maybe not avoided, but lessened if these communities had been listened to. So the questions I will be posing to my distinguished panelists, some of the questions are how can we achieve a more holistic approach between people, nature, and culture, and recognize these more diverse worldviews held by local communities, and which we describe as the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. So my first speaker here, sitting to my left, is Penda Choppy. Penda is director of the Creole Language and Culture Research Institute at the University of Seychelles. And when we were having a little brief exchange before today, what Penda told me is that culture enhances nature, but that overculture can destroy nature. And I wanted to ask you, Penda, please, to talk to me about what you mean by overculture.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Farah. When I say overculture, I mean that societies have become so what is called in inverted commas cultured that we forget that everything that we use in our so-called cultures have to come from nature. Even if we're talking about plastics, we're talking about chemicals, some people think that certain things have absolutely nothing to do with nature, but every single thing that is built currently, that we manufacture, they have to come from somewhere in nature. When we have too much of these cultured, so-called cultured, manufactured things, especially because we have so much consumption, our societies are based on consumption, we have so much of this, then it clogs nature, it clogs the world, it clogs our cultures, and we forget where we come from and how we're supposed to function. And then these things start destroying culture. Like in this small island where I come from, in Seychelles, we are very, very small. We depend almost entirely on tourism. And as a small island, we are affected by overculture because, first of all, we have so many big fishing companies coming to the area and doing industrial fishing. And when they do that, they drop into our beautiful oceans because we are known for being beautiful islands, sun, sand, and sea, all the natural things that tourists, especially from the West, come to us for. But on our outer islands, we are finding so much plastic and waste, all the properties of culture strewn on our sandy beaches, and we have to send in people from time to time to clean them up. A lot of them, because they are drawn in from the currents, and it's not small cultures like ours that are producing these things, but these islands, especially in the Indian Ocean, we are all suffering from it. At the same time, we are copying this, what's happening, and forgetting our culture.
But I mean, When we were speaking earlier on, you were saying that there is an erosion of traditional Creole culture and biodiversity and foodways through this overculture. Can you explain what foodways are? Your food traditions, how are they being disrupted by, by overculture or by too much progress?
Yeah, exactly. Too much progress is the statement. Every Creole culture, including small island cultures like Seychelles, the basis of our culture is what we call the Creole garden. And that emerged from slavery. Michel Rolfe Trouillot from the Caribbean, he has written a lot about it, and he calls it the plantation is the matrix of cultural creolization. And this means, basically what happened is that because slaves from Africa, and in our case also from India, from the Orient as well, they were obliged to look after themselves. They had to provide for themselves. So because all the space was taken by plantation culture, by the colonizers, these people, in order to feed themselves, they were given little allotments. And these were rough terrain, not easy to cultivate. And this is where sweet potatoes grew, pineapples grew. You could have a chicken coop at the back of the house. And then in order for the community to thrive, they had to support each other. So on my plot, I cannot grow chilies, but on your plot you can. So we exchange. I have chickens and you can't, and we exchange. And with that, we developed a supportive community system. Now with what so-called progress, this began to disappear, especially when you look at the way that lifestyles have changed. Traditional Creole culture means each person has their own little home and their own little surrounding garden. But now we can't afford that because we don't have the land anymore. So we have housing estates, we have flats, and so people stop doing that. And so we are, instead of eating from our gardens, we are buying tinned food, we are buying processed food, and we become sicker because the Creole garden is where we get our traditional medicines, is how we look after our babies, so that they avoid a lot of problems. They avoid us having to go to the doctor. So because we have stopped doing that, our carbon footprint is bigger, because we are contributing to the expansion of the pharmaceutical industry. So we are a culture now with we have hypertension, heart problems, cancer, so many diseases that we didn't have before, because we have changed the way that we eat and the way that we produce food.
I see, yes. I mean, there's so much to be interrogated about later on, Penda, as we go down our lineup. But I wanted to move on to Rita Johansen, who's site manager of the Vega Archipelago. Rita is from Norway. And Rita, in your exchange with me, you were saying that resilience is something very important. It's the ability of a community to withstand negative pressures. And you were saying that these communities, their traditional knowledge was not really being integrated, and local economies and livelihoods were not really being taken into account, which is why you are doing the job that you are. And so I wanted to ask you what your thoughts are on the subject today. And may I ask everyone, please, to be attentive and minimize conversation. Thank you.
Yes, that is in a way exactly the same thing that Penda is talking about, that the life has been so much changed around in the world that people don't own land any longer. Tourism plays a more and more dominant role in each society, and it's the same all over the world, it seems. So, and in the same time, we have the climate change, so people really need, the local societies really need to be stronger and And that depends on people have to be a part of the local societies have to be a part of the decision making, the planning, and I think we have a project in my place. I live in a little island like you, 1,200 inhabitants, and we have been working now for 5 years just on one project, how to cope with tourism so that we can, the local people can decide, do we want tourism, what kind of tourists do we want, when do we want them to come? So it's a big issue for us to have this, to decide ourselves.
I mean, tourism seems to be the bad word that I've been hearing from both of you. Although, of course, we are all tourists part of the year when we go traveling. But so, I mean, what I was wanting to ask you, Rita, is like, what are some of the problems caused by tourism? Can you be a bit more specific? What are some of the damages or some of the harm that are being done to the communities?
I think especially we are a cultural landscape, we have that, and it's if you have too many tourists, it's damaging the nature, you get erosion. You see that, for instance, in Greenland, Iceland, and north of Norway, the Arctic areas where the landscape is very vulnerable. And if you get thousands and 10,000s of tourists tramping into this landscape, it's very, that is not good at all. But of course, tourism also brings income into local societies. So you need a way of steering it, you say, managing in a sustainable way. And I think that is possible if the local society get a voice into the management of the sites.
Great, thank you very much, Rita. And I thought I would now give the podium over to Max Oft, who is policy officer at VIDS, which is the Association of Indigenous Village Leaders in Suriname. We are literally going around the globe here. We've gone from Seychelles to Norway to Suriname. And I know, Max, that you were mentioning to me before that sometimes when there are measures taken even in recent times to protect the climate, these can have consequences on indigenous communities and negative ones. Can you please talk about some of those consequences, if you can?
Okay, yes, thank you, and thank you for inviting me to this panel. Yes. As indigenous peoples, I'm from the Kalinya people, also known as the Caribs in Suriname, South America. We live in the forests mostly, of course, also in urban cities nowadays, but indeed our communities are mostly in the forested areas. And as you know, climate change is very linked to the existence of forests being considered what they call carbon sinks nowadays. And the forests then become even more worthy because they can capture carbon, they actually store carbon. And they are let's say, the instruments nowadays in what is called these carbon deals. But in most cases, the rights over the forests are with the states, with the governments. And in these carbon deals, which are often false solutions, which I call false solutions because the carbon that is there is already there, right? And then people pay to keep them there. But the payment that they do, and that is literally paying with money, is being used as an offset for their continued pollution. So the pollution continues. In fact, the carbon isn't changing in level. It's just a deal for keeping the carbon in the forests. What is happening in practice is that the governments are closing these deals, and then they establish, for example, protected area, a protected area of that forest in which indigenous peoples live. So the indigenous peoples are now becoming almost illegal occupants of their own ancestral forests. The same happens, sorry to say it, but the same happens in the World Heritage Convention, where also sites are being established upon indigenous peoples' territories. And there are cases where indigenous peoples have been actually expelled, literally, from their territories because of the protected areas. And the same is happening now with climate change, and also things like the funding for these carbon deals attract NGOs who want to go into the carbon market, industries who want to go into the carbon market, governments. And in the end, what is also management plans of these protected areas. You get a lot of rules and forbidden things that the indigenous peoples use and need for livelihoods. So these things are, if not developed well, I'm not saying it's pure negative, but if not developed well, it can have very negative impacts.
Once again, if I could ask people in the room to minimize conversation because we can hear you and it's distracting for our panelists. I wanted to come back to you here because carbon offsets are one way in which companies all over the world are kind of making themselves feel better, and they're saying, well, I've offset my footprint, here's my carbon offset, I spent this much money. But what you're saying is that that's not really a solution because it's harmful. Still, your forests are still being harmed, indigenous communities are still being expelled. So what is the solution?
Well, from an indigenous point of view, we should, I think someone mentioned it just now, go back to the natural way of living. And that sounds romantic, I think. But it's at least the notion should be there. I mean, we all live in a changed world. We cannot go back to the ancient world, so to speak. But we should be much more responsible. Know what we consume, where it comes from, how it has been made, in the pure natural way, and I wanted to give that example. If I can ask for that slide from the PDF. Here you see a report that was done by a chief from the East Suriname, She comes from an area where they're actually promoting tourism now, and so it can be a solution, not necessarily, but it can be a solution. And she made a historic report of the area that she came from, which is the Wana Creek area. So her report shows how integrated everything is. She started with, a picture of the area itself, and then where she came from, and her family, and her grandfather, who was one of the first people coming from that area to the more urbanized site where they are living now. What I wanted to show here is that the notion of, and this is in a protected area, by the way, which was established without not even knowing that it was established by the government. So this is to show how the interlinkage. If we, for example, open a new agricultural plot, we speak to Mother Earth, literally speaking to Mother Earth, asking for permission, asking for apologies to disturb the nature. And that is the interlinkage. The linkage with your land where you come from, it's a spiritual link, it's a livelihood link, and it defines your culture. Can I just have the other slide of the waterfall? This one is a place you would say, oh, it's a nice waterfall, but it's linked to history. It's linked to a war between two indigenous peoples. One won the war because their chief was able to cross the waterfall and the other one was not. So this place is visited every year, it's cleaned, the families gather there, and it's part of the history of the culture, and it defines where people come from, and they are proud to be Trio people from that area. So that is the interlinkage that we have between, and it's not between, it's just a holistic. We spoke about nature, culture, it's also spiritual, it's also history, it's also livelihood. So we do not separate anything.
Absolutely understood. Thank you so much. Next, we are going to Jamaica with Dr. Kurt Henry, who is director of the African Caribbean Institute of Jamaica, Jamaica Memory Bank. Kurt, we were speaking again moments ago up here, and you said that it was important to develop nature-based activities that were driven by people in local communities who live in harmony with nature. And you brought up an example that I thought was absolutely fascinating. Can I get you to talk about that example?
Thank you, and thank you so much for having me here. It's interesting because I was invited here as an expert to speak on the relationship between nature and culture. And I'm not sure how much of an expert I am in terms of speaking about the distinction between nature and culture, because the context in which I operate as a scholar and a practitioner, the philosophies, the teachings, the oral tradition, the folklore are inherently tied to nature. So today I will be sharing with you the context of the Maroon people in Jamaica. If you could go to that slide, please. Right. So the Maroons are descendants of enslaved people in Jamaica who escaped slavery and went into the mountains and started to build communities there. And of course, they used the hills as a point at which they gained their freedom. So the Maroons signed a treaty with the British colonizers in 1739, and a part of that treaty was for the British to allow them to establish communities in peace in the mountains. And if you could go to the slide of the mountains. Right, so that section of the Blue and Jonkro Mountains, which was inscribed on the UNESCO's World Heritage List in 2015, it's a section of the Blue and Jonkro Mountains, and the Maroons established communities within these mountains. Now, these mountains are considered sacred by the Maroons because the burial sites of their ancestors are actually within these mountains as well. And then the idea that the spirits and their ancestors also live within the trees within that established area. So therefore, the relationship between nature and culture is not at all separate in the minds of these indigenous groups. Nor realizing that the Maroons have sought to establish and develop products, tourism products, that would expose people to their way of life, and of course the idea of including nature along with culture. Some of these products include tours of particular trails that the Maroons used to wage war against the British and so on. So these are important factors. And it is important for institutions such as UNESCO to champion the cause as it relates to the development and empowerment of these communities. We as institutions and organizations have a role to play in, of course, empowering indigenous communities and allowing indigenous communities as custodians of traditional knowledge to actually create packages and allow these people to engage and lead the conversation when it comes on to topics such as sustainable development and so on.
So you mean packages of education and presentation? I mean, that's what you do. That's what your institute does, right? You are telling the rest of the world about the Maroons, right?
Right. And the Maroon communities are in fact leading the way in terms of sensitizing people about their history and culture. For example, the Charlestown Maroons, which are located in the Blue and Jonquil Mountains, each year they have what is called an International Maroon Conference, where they invite scholars from all over the world and practitioners also of the Maroon heritage, where they all meet and discuss issues affecting their community. So that's one of the upside, where some of these indigenous peoples are not waiting on organizations such as UNESCO to recognize and empower them, but they are taking the lead themselves as custodians of these knowledge.
Fantastic. And our last stop on the podium is Saudi Arabia. I will take you now to the city. Well, first of all, I will take you to Rehaf Kassas, who is CEO of the Saudi Heritage Preservation Society. Rehaf was speaking to me moments ago about a very, very special site called Al-Ahsa. But I would rather she told us the story of Al-Ahsa and how it's relevant to our conversation today. Go ahead, Rehaf.
Hello. Hi. Thank you, Farah. So I was one of our sites, which is the 5th site of Saudi Arabia that's been inscribed in UNESCO in 2018, is also a site that is linked to an inscribed intangible cultural heritage element, which is the palm tree. Al-Ahsa is known to have a large number of palm trees in it, and the palm tree for the people of Al-Ahsa is a very important symbol. Maybe in all Arab regions or all Arab states, the palm tree has a very significant importance in the world, but in Saudi specifically, it's the symbol of Saudi Arabia that's used by government organizations, and it's a symbol of prosperity, wealth, and good nature. So the people of Al-Ahsa, or let's say the people of Saudi Arabia, but maybe focusing on Al-Ahsa since it's a cultural landscape site, the people take the palm tree as a large part of their life, starting from planting it, growing it, using the fruit of the palm tree, the dates, as a natural resource for food. Then when the palm tree's leaves die, they take them, they turn them into different crafts, and nothing goes to waste in a palm tree. Everything is used. If small parts, big parts of it, the trunks, the leaves, the branches, the whole thing. And even when it's dead and gone, they take it, they burn it, and they use it again for fertilizers. So it's a whole cycle. So the palm tree is a really important symbol for the people of Al-Ahsa, and they've learned how to make it as a main part or center of their culture and their traditions and customs and practices. If you can go to the next slide. So you can see there's a lot of palm trees around Saudi Arabia, but also the slide after that, Al-Ahsa also being a natural or a cultural landscape, has a huge lake that has these specific plants that are only planted in this lake. These plants are taken by the local communities and turned into mats. This tradition has been passed on from generation to generation, and it's been used for a long time to furnish houses. And until now, the practitioners of Al-Ahsa like using these certain mats, and they have a whole process and customs and practices and traditions related to this mat.
Rehaf, thank you very much for taking us to another marvelous part of the planet. I mean, really, what we are getting this afternoon is a panorama of how beautiful our planet really is, in case we didn't know. I'm going to kind of carry on conversing with my panelists for another round here, but we have another hour and 10 minutes, and really, after I'm done with this next round, I would like to hand over to you, because I'm sure many of you here have many pertinent questions to ask. But so my question here as a layperson, a non-UNESCO person, is, and I'm throwing it open to the floor here, whichever of you wants to take this first, what kind of solutions can we bring to some of the issues that were raised by some of you here? What can be done? I think that Max gave us, sort of an idea of possible solution. But anyway, I'm leaving it open to discussion here. I don't know if Penda has any thoughts.
Yes, indeed, Farah, I do. If I could have, I forgot to ask for my slides. Yeah, okay. So what you see here is a picture of a lady and her daughter in the Creole garden. And this is an evolved version of the garden. So the Creole garden is for sustenance, it's there for aesthetics, for their pride in their home, but also it's a pharmacy. It's where they go to get so many things. But what is important as well is that people who do not have the space to have this garden, what COVID-19 showed us was that, and one of the results of the research that we did into this is that if we go back to the Creole lifestyle principles, then, and the principle of sharing and caring, if we have they have plenty in their garden, and they can sell off what they don't need, or they can share amongst the community and they can get in return what they don't have. But also ideas about consuming things that are healthier, that we know where they come from, instead of just going to the supermarket and buying things from tins, frozen, and preserved with chemicals that we don't know what their long-term effects are. So things like that. And also, if we go to the next slide. Now, that's the original Creole garden. The old lady, we have her Madagascar periwinkle in the foreground, and her teas, her tisanes, and we have her fruit de citer in French, I don't know what the name is in English, and her moringa. All those things are superfoods. They are literally superfoods. And this is what we stopped consuming. And then next slide, what you see, now these are the fruits from another informant's garden. And they welcomed us, the Creole, that traditional Creole way, with these fruit juices or smoothies that they made. They went out to the garden and they collected them and they made them. And this is how you are supposed to receive people. So COVID taught us that we have to go back to nature in order to have better resilience and to be more sustainable. So everybody can do that. If we could do it during COVID, why not now? Why not continue?
Thank you, Penda. Scusi, il microfono non funziona. Se mi potete sostituire il microfono, grazie. Microphone's not working, so I have to borrow yours. I also, before I pass on to you, Rita, and my other fellow panelists, wanted to add another question to that. What can UNESCO maybe do to solve this issue that we are all raising today?
Yes, I thought I could show my slides too, just to explain how we are working and thinking. Because Vega is inscribed as a cultural landscape, and it is, in fact, the way people have lived in an interplay with the nature. It's the fisherman. You can take next slide. And it's the farming with the sheep, and here you see 3 generations. The head of the man has disappeared here, I can see. Yes, and I can take the 3rd. And the most unique part of our World Heritage is this interplay that between wild birds coming in from the ocean in the spring, and people have made houses and nests for them. It's either ducks, and when they have had the breeding season, they protect them during the season, and then when they leave the nests and go out to the sea again, they can pick up the down, eider down, and make very valuable eider down duvets of it. And this interplay with the nature, that's what we have to come back to, and we have to teach it to the new generations. Like this boy, for the first time, he's out on one of the down islands and see how the bird is laying on the nest, and the nest is made by that old woman, and she has protected that bird during the whole season. And it's this sustainable use of the nature, interplay and cooperation with the nature we have to come back to, both in land use, sea use, and forestry, all of it. We have to have a sustainable development. We can't continue with the industrial farming, the industrial fishing, the industrial foresting. All that is a way of destroying our resources and our future. Thank you.
See,
Excuse me, you had one question more about UNESCO.
Yes.
Yes, and I think both UNESCO and the national states, they do have to see the holistic part of it. We have to, like in Norway, and I think perhaps it's the same way other countries, you see that the ministries are fighting against each other. They don't agree, the industrial ministry contra the fishery industry, the environmental ministry, and I think UN and UNESCO had to take a leading role to try and have a holistic development. Thank you.
Great. I still have a malfunctioning microphone. Susanna or somebody, if you could maybe call someone to fix it. Meanwhile, I wanted to ask if any of you had any thoughts on the two questions I threw out on the floor.
Okay, yes, I do. First, you asked the solutions. Yes, I definitely want to recommend, and that the solutions I wanted to mention are, especially in the direction of UNESCO, that was your second question. I think here in this room, we are probably, I'm preaching to the converted, as the saying goes. But the actual practice and the actual operational procedures and operational guidelines, these are the things that work in practice, you know, in the real world. And we need to focus on the real world. And that is where governments take decisions. And that is where management plans are made without effective participation of indigenous peoples. So from the indigenous peoples' perspectives, we do need changes in the operational things that are laid down in the conventions. The conventions themselves may not change immediately. They can, but it will take a lot of time, the marriage. We have to look at the more practical, immediate solutions, which are the operational procedures and the guiding documents. UNESCO is already going quite a way with the Sustainable Development Policy, with the Indigenous Peoples Policy, but it needs to be converted in actual practice. For example, in the last committee meeting of the World Heritage Convention, there was a decision on Suriname. A new site was inscribed, the Joden Savannah of Suriname, in which we had questions. And then we were not allowed to ask or to have not even a statement, only after adoption of the resolution saying that this site has been inscribed. Only after the decision. So the point is, that is definitely not to put in practice this principle of free, prior, and informed consent. It's not putting in practice the whole idea of the Sustainable Development Policy of UNESCO. And that is exactly what I mean as an example of how to do it different. Nobody asked or told the chair because the chair has the power to make that decision. But if you cannot enforce your own policies as UNESCO, then there is this question on, how effective can we propose changes? How effective can we make changes? So that is the real thing that needs to change. Governments need to change. For example, I live in Suriname where we as indigenous peoples are not even recognized as such. So the Surinamese legislation does not recognize indigenous peoples, no land rights, no right to FPIC. The government can do what it wants. It's the owner of the state, of the forest, of the natural resources, of everything. And we get confronted with mining, logging in our territories, destroying our livelihoods without having legal recourse because the legislation doesn't recognize us, doesn't recognize rights. So we have to turn to international courts, which we did. And we won the case acknowledging our right to land. But the government is not implementing it, that verdict of the court. So we're back to square zero almost. So what I'm saying is the change needs to be in the operation, in the mind of politicians, because it are politicians in the end that are in governments. We need friendly governments like we are here in Naples, with Italy being a champion of this, take away this division between nature and culture. We need champions from governments as well, because not all governments are bad, not all conventions are bad. And like I said, in this room, I think most of you will concur with me that we need to have FPIC, free, prior, and informed consent, and all these things. I'm being here, I've been announced as Indigenous Peoples Forum. Did I say something good? Thank you. I'm announced as the member of the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage, which is an informal forum of indigenous peoples representatives attending the World Heritage Committee meetings. There are similar forums on biodiversity in the Biodiversity Convention and in the Climate Change Convention. And this is exactly what we are trying to get across every time. But we get 2 minutes during 5 days of conferences. So how can we more effectively participate? And we've said it all, we need to participate. Indigenous peoples need to participate. This morning it was said, the communities should be in the decision-taking. They should have the leadership. So we all say the same, but in the end, I wouldn't say nothing, but not much changes. And I saw the call for action in my map. Even that should have been circulated before for input. I didn't see it before.
Hear you.
And it doesn't say rights. I haven't seen the word rights. Thank you.
I think this is resonating with quite a number of us here. Can I hand over to Kurt? I think you have something to say here to us.
What do I say after all of this, right? But just to echo the sentiments of my colleague here, I think greater visibility needs to be given to indigenous communities. We are being invited here as technocrats, but most of us are not practitioners. So there needs to be a conference in similar capacities and ways where the actual practitioners and people within indigenous communities come together to create models of sustainability, to better facilitate this synergistic approach that we are trying to build here between the two conventions. So I think that sort of capacity building for indigenous people and people of local communities, that's quite important. So there needs to be a conference of cultures where indigenous peoples from all over the world come together to discuss these models. That's one.
What a fantastic idea, and I wonder if the UNESCO ladies and gentlemen present can take that back and think about it.
Two, the language that's being used within these conventions. The language, in my opinion, needs to be translated so the local person can understand. Intangible cultural heritage, it's a loaded and complex term. You say that to the local people within a community, what does that mean? Have absolutely no idea. So these sort of technical and complex language need to be translated within local communities, and even local languages need to be used in the drafting of these policies, of course, for obvious reasons to resonate with the people, and of course for identity reasons. So those are my comments.
Great stuff. Rehaf, can we hear from you?
Yes, thank you. And what my colleagues have shared is quite important. Coming from a background of an NGO, and we've been working with the local community for the past 10 years, and we've heard the voice of the local communities. I don't know how much people know about Saudi Arabia, but now the efforts that are been done in terms of preserving culture and heritage have increased in the last couple of years. There have been a lot of capacity building programs that are happening in Saudi Arabia that involve the local communities being part of these programs. Also, I think education and formal and non-formal is really important in terms of schools. Only last week, we had a group of girls in a university that were very interested in turning gamification of heritage and culture in the university. So they've been developing an app that is actually a game that is based on culture and heritage, and how you learn more about your culture and heritage through a game. This way, people are more interested. Because I guess a lot of things that are happening in the world, technology, AI, so much is changing, and we're starting to lose culture and heritage, but it doesn't mean that if we gain one, we have to lose the other. But I think it's more that how can we link these things together and create something that is holistic in terms of nature, culture, heritage, the people. I think there's a way to bring them all together to create something that is quite unique and beautiful.
Thank you. What an excellent second round of interventions. Now it's your turn. Could I please ask you to give us your questions, because the more questions we have from you, the more we feel that this is going around in a nice circle. Any hands raised in the hall? Could I please have you, do you have any questions, any thoughts, any comments? Anything you would like to share with us? Please don't be shy. I mean, this is just a conversation. Thank you. We have a gentleman here in the middle. Is there a microphone? Is there no microphone? I have one here. Yeah, I think.
Okay. Good day. My name is Siput Olomazwi. I'm sorry, I just told you lightning there because it didn't have a microphone. I'm from South Africa, head of marketing and tourism and Robben Island Museum.
Robben Island, where Nelson Mandela was imprisoned. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. Yes.
Yeah.
So the questions that I have are two questions. One directed to Rita first, and then the other one to Max. Rita, you have mentioned that in Norway there is harm done by tourism that causes erosion by tourists that come to visit the destination. So don't you in your country have a responsible or a sustainable tourism charter that actually guides on how tourism needs to be practiced so that it can benefit the communities and also drive economic change within your country? Don't you have a guideline or a policy of some sort? And then to you, Max, it is just so sad that some of the areas within your country are just overtaken by government without public participation, of which it is a quite important thing because for sustainable tourism, everything needs to be harmonious with the community's environment and also the economy. So with the activities, tourism activities, and then the other economic activities that you have cited, including mining, what are the benefits that the communities benefit from all these activities that are happening, even though the public or the communities were never consulted? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So over to you for the first question.
Yes, I think sustainable tourism has been a topic in Norway for at least 20 years. So there is many programs and ways we're trying to have responsibility in tourism, but it's not that easy, I think, to have the management all over the place. The most popular places in Norway, like Lofoten, for instance, or Bergen, there are sites that many people like to come, and they try to make trails and try to make facilities and accommodations. But anyway, by now there is not full control on tourism, unfortunately. But there is absolutely a goal to have it. Thank you.
Max?
Okay, yes, thank you. Depending on how tourism is being set up, we know mass tourism can be more destructive than anything else. So what our communities in Suriname, we do try to promote tourism, but ecotourism, small-scale tourism, nature tourism, which is difficult because that's much more costly. The mass tourism is easier, you know, the backpackers kind of tourism, but that is not what we want. The problem is it's more difficult to have real ecotourism, so there are barriers to that, financial especially, for the communities. What we see happening is that the city-based tour companies, they benefit mostly, and then the problem is that our communities become like almost commodities. We are showing you culture, we are showing you how they live. And that's, of course, not what we would like. We would like to have a small-scale tourism that does provide income, and I know tourism can be profitable, even small-scale. You have sufficient, let's say, wealthy tourists who would like to pay a little bit more for lesser impact. But the problem is we need to get to that level, especially in terms of capacity, in terms of possibilities for investment. We're not there yet, at least not in Suriname. But we do not reject the tourism thought at all. Mining does not bring profit in no way. Mining is just destructive. There are mining companies, especially the bigger ones, the large scale mining companies, that do have what they call development funds for communities. And these can be good if managed properly. The problem is that they do not invest in capacity building sufficiently. It's just like, okay, say what you want and we'll go give you that. And that is not necessarily the sustainable way of doing it. And also the communities are often not prepared to get large amount of money, not in their hand, but also not in terms of planning how to use that money. So even that needs a process before actually handing over money. And the companies also do not listen to us sufficiently. They wouldn't say, okay, you design your program. They come with a pre-prepared program. And that is always the problem. It's always the problem for whichever undertaking. It starts somewhere in the office and then it comes to you as a present, you know, take it or leave it. That's not the way how to go. But and of course the mining itself is more destructive than anything else.
Thank you. We have a question in the middle of the room. If you could kindly introduce yourself.
Microphone is off. Thank you. My name is Omar Mohammed. I'm a professor of cultural diplomacy at Napoli L'Orientale. It's related to what you mentioned about the indigenous knowledge and culture, and that you are in need of allies. I would like to ask you regarding the relevance, because that's what we face when we speak about indigenous culture. For example, in my home country, Iraq, we have indigenous heritage, indigenous culture, but then the relevance becomes the problem. They say we have majority, and then you have minorities. You start focusing on many elements, and the indigenous comes at the end. How do we make indigenous culture, not only in your homeland, not only in this place or in that place, but globally, more accessible beyond just the conference or the gatherings and meetings, more accessible for also children, so they can, so you also need to think about the future generation. How do you prepare them for understanding, accepting, and also processing indigenous culture? Thank you.
I would say awareness of the way we live. And for example, I gave this morning, when we start a new agricultural plot, we thank Mother Earth, we ask permission, we actually prepare the plot, we pray for a good harvest. And these are small things where you see the interlinkage between indigenous tradition and also the knowledge, of course, that comes with it. When do you actually sow? It's not just season dependent, it can depend on the moon, on the change of the wind, because that signals when certain environmental factors are in place. So even those kind of examples will show the children or whoever it's shown to the interlinkage between the spiritual, the cultural, the natural, and the human beings, that there is no difference between all of those. And even that realization, also the, let's say, the bad examples, so to speak, will hopefully get into the mainstream. The most practical question, the answer is give us a voice, because that's what's currently missing. We are, as you mentioned, in the last place. All decisions have been made, and then you get the indigenous people who can say something after that. And that should change. We should be at the moment of inception already, have a voice in what is being discussed and what is being decided. And that is, I think, the practical change that needs to happen. And then the awareness, if we can indeed speak at forums, at decision-taking tables, then the awareness will come, and hopefully change will come. It's all in the mind in the end. Awareness, there should be more awareness. And for that to happen, we need to speak out first.
If I may add, through you, Chair, if I may? Yeah, please. Right. As you are talking, Max, it came to mind that a part of the issue we're having is with terminology. The problem of using words or terms such as indigenous versus First People. And when we think about the indigenous, we often think about people who've been colonized, people who are marginalized, people who are secondary to the contemporary societies or urban cultures. And that is why some scholars are really pushing for the use of the term First People, because if we understand local communities or groups within that context of a First People, then that will begin to address some of the issues relating to land, some of the issues relating to politics and policy that we really need to come together and correct as a body of people. So terminology is quite important.
That's an excellent point. Thank you very much on both counts. Let's go to a gentleman here who had a question. If you could kindly introduce yourself.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Mohammed Jumeih. I am the Ambassador and Permanent Delegate of the Republic of Yemen to UNESCO. Yes.
Could you repeat? We couldn't really hear
Oh,
you.
sorry. Mohammed Jumeih, the Ambassador and Permanent Delegate of Yemen to UNESCO. It's a question and some sort of comments. In terms of the indigenous language, we have in Yemen two indigenous languages, the Sukatri and the Mahari. Sukatri is related to Sumatra, the archipelago of Sumatra, which is in the Indian island in the Indian Ocean, a bit far from the south coast of Yemen. And that's why they have their own language, and it is part of the Semitic language. Until now, they are still using it. But unfortunately, because of tourism and because of communication as well, they start for the last 5 decades losing their language because they are getting mixed with tourists and getting mixed with, tourists from the national tourism. People from Yemen who travel to Socotra because of the sort of transportation, modern transportation in the country in the last 5 decades. So it's good not to be isolated as in the past. It's good to be mixed with other people, but in terms of keeping and preserving the language, it's not that good because they are losing their language and they are trying to get the Yemeni accent of Arabic now to get communicating with other people. That's in the south. In the north, we have Sana'a as well, the old city of Sana'a. We have traditional hotels. We used to call them samsara. And samsara could be translated into guest house, where they have their own traditional way of serving people. It's linked to the building itself. Now, because of the economical situation in the country, most of the people, not most of them, some of them are leaving the old city and living outside in like modern houses and rent their own houses as modern hotel. And this modern hotel, it's not only modern hotel, but they always brought a modern tradition in serving people. So instead of having like traditional food, traditional way of serving people, guests in these traditional houses, now we have like slightly modern hotels, but in traditional houses. So we can see that tourism is important, but it has like some sort of, I would say, bad and negative impact on the traditions of the old city of Sana'a, as same as on the indigenous language of the Sukatri people in the island of Sumatra. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That kind of overlaps very much with what you were saying, Penda, so I wondered if you could maybe interact on what the gentleman said.
Yes, indeed. Both what you said and what Kurt said. When we talk about indigenous peoples, indigenous languages, in some particular cases, in Creole societies, for example, that sort of leaves out this group. And yet, it is a worldwide grouping of languages and societies, the youngest born group of languages and societies that can be studied. I always compare it to like a newborn island, an island that is growing every day. Scientists have the opportunity to watch it as it grows. So Creole languages and cultures have offered the same opportunities to linguists and anthropologists to study culture as it evolves and develops. And when you look at, when you use the term indigenous languages, sometimes Creole languages and cultures are left out because we ourselves, because of colonialism and slavery, we think we are not indigenous. We have no culture. Especially in places like Seychelles, where there was no, well, they say there was nothing there before. There were no indigenous peoples. So that term is problematic for us. But I always argue that as long as what we have created, we created it here. On these islands, it's indigenous because it belongs here. And there's a lot of issues around our language because it started in slavery. And I wanted to appeal to UNESCO as well to take this opportunity to look at Creole languages and cultures as a specific grouping, to give some attention to this, because we are popular with tourists, yes. They say Creole cultures, Creole food, and sad to say, Creole girls, but at the same time, Creole peoples are made up of thousands of indigenous knowledge systems, and they have so much to offer that has not been studied yet. And then Creole peoples all over the world have an affinity with each other. I met 3 guys yesterday, and that includes Max and Kurt, and we have our friend in the room, Nigel, who's going to speak this afternoon. And we bonded immediately because I call them my brothers now, because we are Creoles, and we were sharing, and it's amazing, so many similarities. And we come from very disparate parts of the globe, but we understand each other, and we have so many things that are similar. I was talking to them about our folktales, our folklore, and there's so much in there because it comes from so many groups, but it's barely studied. Tourists who come to our country, they don't know this. So we are not valued for what we have, but rather for, a yellow bird sitting in a banana tree, Creole food. And we want to show what we can contribute as well, which includes the resilience of coming from a culture of slavery, where over 2 million people were victims of a Holocaust, and then we are the descendants, and we've had to process our minds, of this degradation of our ancestors, and we still live with it. We still live with it, but we have become proud people, proud Creole people. We have created a new culture, and we were able to do that. Today in Seychelles, you can be black, you can be white, you can be yellow, you can be green, but you are Creole. And it doesn't matter. We have, in our capital, Victoria, tiniest capital in the world, in one small spot, we have the mosque, Anglican church, Catholic church, Indian temple, all of this within walking distance of each other. And that's what Creolization brings, and that is what I call resilience and sustainability. We can live together, and we don't have to fight.
Thank you very much, Penda. I wanted to actually, because there was one concrete proposition that came out of this panel today coming from Kurt. Kurt was saying, addressing UNESCO and all of you here, let's have a conference of cultures. Bring together these first cultures, these first peoples, these indigenous communities, you were saying. And I think that's, to me, it sounds like a good idea, but I don't know. And I wanted you, Kurt, maybe to elaborate on what form you saw this conference of cultures taking, where it might happen, what would, who would come.
So my thought, the thought that I was having in terms of sharing that idea was that oftentimes as local communities across the globe, we don't know about each other. We don't know that, for example, in Jamaica, one may not know that Max exists in his part of the world, and so on. So the idea was to bring these cultures together and see how best we can facilitate models in terms of sustainability. Because as Panda was mentioning earlier, when we come together and start to discuss, have discussions, you are surprised to see the similarities and linkages and commonalities that we have with each other. And of course, from a grassroots approach, that would be an ideal, one of the ideal solutions in terms of bridging the divide, bridging the gap between nature and culture.
I can add to the idea. We, as the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage, we have planned in January, coming January, an expert workshop on the World Heritage Convention. And exactly these things will be discussed, proposals on the operational procedures, on the application of free, prior, and informed consent, of stronger monitoring, because sometimes the conventions say it, the operational guidelines say it, but they are not being monitored in practice. If it's really implemented, it's too often a checkbox thing, yes, we did that, but whether it works as it should work, that is not being monitored sufficiently. So there is this upcoming expert workshop. I just wanted to add that piece of information.
Yes, we have a question in the front row. Microfono? Ce l'ha.
I don't want to monopolize, but as we are talking about UNESCO, and somehow I'm the Assistant Director General for Culture, I feel that I have to give some answers on many questions that I have to stay. I'm too tired. Well, no, you know, to organize this, it's a lot of work. No, many issues that were raised. First of all, a thank you for Max to tell what we are preparing for January, because it's something that we also spoke with the president of the forum, because we feel that it's time coming to see how indigenous communities that are somehow linked to the management of heritage site should be more active participant. And as you mentioned, we had this discussion during the last, I remember, 3 World Heritage Committee, how we ensure that whatever is happening on the sites is well acknowledged. Because as you mentioned, UNESCO, as a UN agency, is an intergovernmental organization. And the relation is directly with member states. But somehow, when you read the operation guidelines, today, it's based on a community approach. And when it's come to indigenous communities that are living on those sites, it has to pass through all the process that were not put in place before. So it's completely new. It's the last 12 years, I believe, that this new guidance has been put. But how we make the monitoring to ensure that all these communities have been not only consulted, but also participating and benefiting, because sometimes we forgot that World Heritage should be also in benefit of the communities, and how they can also not only receive, but exchange their way of living, so that the World Heritage can be improved in the way of management. Second issue is that we cannot put all on the back of UNESCO. There is, at the UN level, organizations that deal with indigenous communities and cultures. What we have done is to take on board each time that we have an opportunity to open doors. It's, as you know, we are the UN agency in charge of the decade of indigenous languages. And we've been working with all communities to leverage the possibility to introduce indigenous knowledge, indigenous rights, so that we can implement not only in the World Heritage or in Intangible, but in the cultural rights. And today, when you see the Mondial Declaration, you will see that it's the first time in the history that 150 Ministers of Culture stand behind the recognition not only on individual rights, but also collective rights of indigenous communities, so that the misinterpretation or the misuse of their identity cannot anymore pick up, as it were, without any due to these communities. So I believe that we are far away where we should be, but we are doing each step to ensure that as far as culture goes, they should be integrated in each and every policy that we are putting in place. And finally, I will do a criticize for the member states. When I come back to Paris, they will go against me, but whatever. The last time that there was a discussion on climate change, I'm not talking about the culture sector, I'm talking about our general conference. They were discussing on the scientific approach. We, as the Secretariat, asked to integrate indigenous knowledges, because sometimes we forgot that there is many different ways to tackle what we are living right now in the climate crisis. And one of them is indigenous knowledges. And it has put in place before we started to speak about climate change. It was there. There was solution, there was preparedness, and there was way of tackling some of the effects that today we are living. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Do we have a question anywhere else? Yes, we have a gentleman in the back. Microfono.
Grazie, mi avvicino per brevità. Io ho seguito con enorme
I found all the speeches very interesting. Thank you. All the talks were brilliant. In particular, I was impressed. Can you introduce yourself? My name is Luigi De Falco. I'm Deputy President of Italia Nostra, an environmental NGO. I was impressed with the talk by the delegate from Suriname, and I also jot down some of the things said by Max. UNESCO doesn't implement its own principles, and governments do not even care about courts' decision in favor of indigenous populations. Well, actually, maybe you are surprised, but in Italy we have the same problems as in Suriname. And let me make an example. Local communities are not given the opportunity to voice their opinion. We asked the inscription of Venice in the danger list. It was a political vote. The result was disappointing. You know that Venice is, overwhelmed with tourism, with over-tourism, and also, the tides. And they decided that they only took the decision to stop cruise ships from entering the ports, but they shouldn't even approach, So these are only provisional solutions. So there is a lack of responses from UNESCO. The UNESCO should not be conditioned, should not be under the pressure of governments. The UNESCO should really listen to the populations, but also rely on the evidence, scientific evidence, research. I'm from Naples. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, you will visit Naples, and downtown in the historical center, you will see the same problems. In 10 kilometers square, there are 10,000 announcements of, guest houses, Airbnbs, B&Bs, 7,000 announcements for full flats. So, you know, people are expelled. In downtown Naples, there are people who do not own houses, they rent houses. So people are being evicted, rental contracts are not being renewed. This is a phenomenon that is taking place in Naples, Florence. Do you have a question? Do you have a specific question? Well, maybe, I missed the point. I think that UNESCO, it's not a question. I want to ask UNESCO to rely more on the scientific evidence. And when they vote, they shouldn't be too much conditioned by governments, state governments.
Question, because it's a question for UNESCO. Sorry? No, could we have a microphone of the front row for this gentleman to respond, please, first?
No, thank you. It will be, thank you to the participant who really brought a number of ideas and also the sentiment that some of the people have with regard to over-tourism. And of course, when we celebrated the 50th anniversary, one of the challenges that emerged was the issue of over-tourism. And this is something we've started discussing already to see how with local authorities we can partner to deal with this, knowing that we also have within our program a sustainable tourism program with a number of tools that we will now start developing, including capacity building and the policy development, like the Assistant Director General was saying. Now, when it comes to the call to UNESCO, I just want to clarify that, of course, the UNESCO Secretariat, its position is very clear, and the Assistant Director General has said it. I mean, we are advocating for the scientific approach. And this is the reason why the advisory body's role is, and this role is embedded into the World Heritage Convention, for instance, when it comes to the World Heritage. And this is also what the evaluation body for the 2003 convention is also doing. Now, the system is made in such a way that you have the advisory bodies that give their scientific evaluation, which is important for the credibility of the list, and everyone has said it. But at the same time, you have a governing body made of members of an intergovernmental committee that takes the decision, and it is their role to take the decision. So what is important is that the voices of experts that come from a conference like this one, you reiterate the importance of maintaining the scientific approach, which is important. And I think this is the role of this intervention. But I just wanted to make the difference, because sometimes when people say we, UNESCO, they think that is the Assistant Director General who has to do it, or myself. But the intergovernmental committee system, it's very clear because it is them. So the call on this is probably addressed to the World Heritage Committee, precisely, if I understand. Okay, it was just to try to say that actually we are in this movement, and that's what for us we think it's important to maintain the credibility of the list before we start discussing the issue of the imbalance and equitability in the list. I think it will be in the next session.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Maurizio De Stefano, president of ICOMOS Italy. I'm a member of the advisory body that the director was talking about. The UNESCO can only put forward proposals. We can't impose on a member state anything. There are two different roles. The UNESCO gives everyone the possibility to follow some general principles that are the principles contained in the conventions. The Convention of 72 and 2003 give an answer to the questions that have just been made. How can we be heard? We have talked about informed consent. The informed consent is a necessary condition for the recognition of intangible heritage within the Convention of 2003. So the answer is already there. And this is a scientific part, is a technical part. They don't listen to us. You know, I'm also from a minority. I can, you know, put forward a proposal of a convention, but the UNESCO cannot impose anything. I can only advance a proposal. The principle of UNESCO is the respect of member states, of their principles and their customs. Then there is a technical approach. It's up to UCN and ICOMOS for the procedures. In this case, there is a malfunctioning. There is a problem. There is a discrepancy better between the political dimension and the technical dimension. We give advice that is totally ignored at a political level. They ignore our recommendations. But there are two levels, the technical level and the political level. So don't get confused. In democratic countries, the two things have to go hand in hand. Through diplomacy, you can get to solutions. Also, in the case of Venice, you know, as our colleague was saying, technically it is so obvious that Venice had to be included, but politically, the Commission got convinced that the measures that the Italian government is taking will help find a solution. We will see. Our ICOMOS will express an opinion. I just wanted to clarify what the roles are. UNESCO cannot impose any law in any country, you know. We can't impose any regulation on anyone.
From the room, do we have any other hands going up? We have about 10 minutes. You know, we can... Otherwise, I wanted to basically turn to Rehaf, and we haven't heard from you in a while, Rehaf, and I just wanted to know, you've spoken about tourism in this beautiful oasis city of Al-Ahsa and all the benefits that have come from it, but are there other Saudi heritage sites, perhaps, that are benefiting less from tourism, or are there issues in the areas that you are overseeing?
Thank you, Farah. Saudi has 7 designated World Heritage Sites, and these sites are between cultural, natural, and most of them are cultural heritage sites. There is, let's say the community is not really ready for tourism in Saudi Arabia, maybe because we just started the tourism visa. It wasn't something applicable in Saudi a long time ago. So I think raising awareness of the local community on how tourism can be in Saudi and how it can have a positive impact on the local communities, because from the recent visits I've had with local communities, they always have this fear of, but what if we allow this, we're going to lose so much. So I think the local community is really holding on to their culture and heritage a bit too much, with a lot of worry. But I think the conventions, 2003 convention, the 1972 conventions, has a lot of tools and means that can be used as raising awareness to the local communities to allow this in a balanced way, that it doesn't affect the local communities, but it still benefits them and allows tourism in a safe manner.
Thank you very much. And is there a final question from the floor? Yes, we have a gentleman in the back, please. Lady, sorry. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. My name is Haifa Abdel Halim. I'm representing IUCN as IUCN expert here. So my question is that the change is coming, actually it's happening now. And we need to accept it. We have two types of main change. First, our culture is changing, and a new technology and all these things which imposing a new way of dealing with things. The other thing is climate change. We know that nature came before human. So we adapt to nature, and then we create our culture. So now nature is changing, and traditional practices, it's gonna change eventually. Those people need to live, they need to change, they need to adapt. So what we're gonna do with these World Heritage Sites, or those sites are inscribed as an intangible heritage, with these practices need to change. As an example, in Jordan, there is a special type of berries that only grow in a specific area. And now it's not producing anymore. This is like a traditional thing, and we are losing this. So what we're gonna do? How are we gonna help people to be more resilient to climate change? So we need to integrate knowledge with traditional knowledge, and then like scientific-based knowledge and the traditional knowledge, so we can make more resilient like community. In a way, we're gonna lose those traditional practices, some of them, not all of them, but some of them. So this is the first question. The second question for me, or point, which I think is like apply for all sessions, both comments. The others, like how we can make more resilient economy for community, and not only based on tourism, because after COVID, a lot of people lost their jobs. The economy in these places like destroyed, and I saw and I witnessed in Jordan several cases community refused to go back for tourism. Now they are looking into agriculture or other practices. So how are we gonna deal with, like make heritage sites, support them to have more resilient economy, more resilient community to all these changes? Thank you.
Thank you. I think that pandemic question is very pertinent. The first question was covered by Penda in her many interventions, I think. So I think I would focus on your second question. The pandemic has changed things, and tourism has been disrupted, and some of these communities which were economically dependent on tourism are now suffering. What can be done to help them? I don't know which of you would like to take that one on. Would you like Rita to respond to that, or which of you would like to? Is anyone, Panda, would you have some thoughts?
You know, I don't know if that is what you'd want to hear, though, because when I was listening to you, you know, I thought, since obviously human beings, they survive by nurturing nature. We have no choice but to do that. We have to tame nature. So, you know, in circumstances, you mentioned a specific type of berry that, because of climate change, is disappearing because the conditions are not the same anymore. Isn't that where nurture or culture can come in? Can this not be sort of cultivated so that the practice is maintained, or would that change it completely? Would it lose its meaning? I don't know.
Go ahead. Please go ahead.
So they correct me if I'm off track here, but the question is, how can we support heritage sites to make them more resilient? That is the question.
I think the communities living around them more resilient when there's a pandemic or when there's economic disruption.
I think my only response to that will be capacity building. Empower people within these communities through knowledge and the means to make a sustainable living for themselves, to allow them not only to sustain themselves, but also sustain their families. And by that means, or through that means, we are better able to empower them and of course, equipping them with the necessary tools to continue to be resilient as times change.
Great. Are there any further? Max, you get the last word.
Okay. Yes, I'll build on my colleague panelist. Empowering, that I think is the word. And building solutions bottom up. You cannot bring solutions. They need to be built by these exact communities themselves, and they need to be empowered. They need to have the power, literally, to design their own solutions, how to become more resilient, and to implement it themselves with the support of experts. But you need homegrown based, community-based solutions. That is, I think, the only answer. You cannot do it differently. And then support the communities to implement the solution, not the other way around. And just wanted to stress on that monitoring, and that goes back to UNESCO. And not UNESCO, and as I mentioned, and it has been mentioned, UNESCO, in the end, the decisions come from the member states. So UNESCO can say, the body UNESCO can say whatever it wants, but if the governments don't listen, and if the governments do not implement it well, then you do not have a change. And the last speaker was from, and the previous one from an advisory body. And I think the advisory bodies have a very strong role in this, because their voice is, let's say, the independent voice. And they should be, I think, should be the ones to have a stronger influence on what governments can and cannot get away with, so to speak. For example, and that's the monitoring part of it. FPIC, free, prior, and informed consent, has been mentioned. It is there. But how is it implemented? And then it goes back to these same governments and to the advisory bodies, because they have to keep an eye on how it is implemented. And because what is happening often in practice, then you get what I mentioned, the checkbox approach, where someone says, yes, we have consulted, yes, we have got consent. How did you consult? How did you get consent? Was it just sign off by one individual? Was the consultation one workshop of one indigenous person in a room with 50 other people? That's the detail. The devil is in the detail, they say. And that is what needs to be monitored by and with ourselves. And that is that empowerment that was just mentioned. The workshop is organized in January. It's organized by the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage, and that's specific for the World Heritage Convention, not for the cultural conventions. But of course, the other conventions can take away a lot of the lessons hopefully being learned there. So that's my addition. Let things go bottom up, go by empowerment, and go by official legal recognition of collective rights. It cannot go different. I think it should be vested in official recognition, including in operational procedures of collective rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Max. Yes, please.
I spoke just to reply, but I think now I would like to reflect very quickly on this wonderful panel, if you allow me, Farah. What we heard in this panel, and thanks to you, the way you managed to make everyone really pass this important message, it's not only, it started from this morning, because I'm looking at Aria, who is sitting here, 14 years old, who told us, hear the voice from the future. And here, we heard another message, hear the voice from the right holders of World Heritage Sites. of intangible element, intangible cultural heritage. I think we wanted to bring this discussion today because we believe that it starts from here and then it goes to the use and the message is passes to member states, to decision makers about the importance of ensuring that what we, UNESCO, have been advocating for the respect and the involvement of local communities in the management of their elements, in the promotion of their elements, in the management of World Heritage Site, because as he rightly said, I think it's Max who said it, and it was reinforced by you, Kurt, but also by my sister from Seychelles. We have these elements in our now, since 10 years, in our convention text, in our operational guidelines. It's there. Paragraph 12 of the operational guidelines says it quite clearly. So now it's to, let's say, translate it into national policies document to make sure that we don't get complaints at UNESCO that we are not doing nothing. And I can tell you that we will continue to advocate so that the issue of indigenous communities' rights, local communities' rights are really taken into consideration in management of World Heritage Sites, in preparation of nomination dossiers, in the way the members of the World Heritage Committee are looking at some of the sites that they know, that everyone knows that you cannot understand their significance. You cannot understand their meaning. You cannot ensure their sustainable management, sustainable development, their sustainable conservation, and you cannot ensure their future without the youth, who will be the next caretakers, and without those who have been taking care of this site for centuries. So I really want to thank you for this wonderful panel, and thank you to you.
I wanted to thank you, sir, for that wonderful summary of the panel discussion. That means I don't have to summarize anything. And I would just like to turn to this exceptional lineup and say thank you so much. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here this afternoon. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much, dear moderator Farah, and an excellent panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, now we take a very short 15-minute tea break. As you exit the room, please turn towards the right, and the tea and coffee break will be next to the grand staircases. And I kindly request all of you to gather back in this room 4:15 sharp, because we do have our final session for the day awaiting. Thank you very much. Okay. You have to give me a signal. With your headphones on? Your headphones? But you don't. Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, now we will be starting soon our third session, and this one will be the final one for the day. The session is entitled Protecting Heritage, Integrating Diversity. Our dynamic panelist will be led by Mr. Lazar Elundu-Asomo, the Director of World Heritage UNESCO. Lazar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Hema. I think you managed to grab your coffee, and that for this last session, you're ready to interact with the friends. So again, you know, after the brilliant and really enlightening panel that we had, now this session will try to explore something which everyone likes, which concerns the inscriptions, the nominations. I think thousands of pages have been written and are being written about it. And not only inscriptions of sites, but also inscription of elements, like we'll be having soon in Botswana, in Kasan. So, but the discussion that we are going to have here is a discussion to see, you know, why and how we can respond to the increasing calls for equitable and balanced representations, and how this, I will say, if I take the word of my dear friend Alessandra in her panel when she was mentioning the living together. If we can say that this living together approach, with you know, where the two conventions are together, will help the preparation of, or will support how nomination dossiers can be presented by underrepresented regions, or foster dialogue between community members, advisory bodies, and evaluation bodies. You know, if I take the World Heritage Convention, the World Heritage Convention, of course, has played, you know, since its adoption in 1972, and over the years, a very pivotal role in in making sure that you know, the world natural and cultural treasures are protected, and that this convention has 1,199 sites inscribed. So, you know, if you look at the list, one can easily say that, of course, it showcased the rich diversity of our humanity, but it also shows that despite this commendable effort to protect the planet, cultural, natural heritage, the convention has encountered, and we have to say it, some challenges, particularly in this issue of maintaining a balanced list and representation across the regions. But we can also say that the preparation of nominations over the years, and I think some experts here can testify about it, has become increasingly technical, costly, because sometimes now today, I cannot even tell you sometimes when delegations are telling me that they've been working for 4 or 5 years and that they invested a big amount of money to prepare a nomination dossier, and at the end of the day, they don't understand why it doesn't go through and why it's not recognized. So that's the reason why we have embarked in a number of initiatives to capacitate or let's say increase the capacity of a member state in this region for the building of nomination dossiers. And that's the reason why, for example, in the last World Heritage Committee, we had, a specific strategy adopted for Africa, for instance. And now we are also going to work on a specific strategy for the small island and development states, because this has also been requested and important. And that's what I wanted to say for World Heritage, for instance. So I have to be much more closer to the microphone. Now, for the 2003 convention, addressing intangible and cultural heritage has also been important over the past 20 years. And this convention has undergone a comprehensive reflection on its listing mechanism. I think it was from 2018 until recently. And some people like Ahmed Skunti can have been involved, and many others here in this room. And this reflection has resulted to new procedures, if I can say that. And for transferring inscribed elements, for instance, inscribing elements of an extended or reduced basis, applying follow-up processes, for instance, on an extended. So it has introduced new modalities also for international assistance. You can see that there has been already some effort, by the two different listing mechanisms to try to change the situation. And that's why I wanted to say it now to let's say, explain why it was important to have this panel discussion, because this panel discussion aims to delve into the current approaches and the issues surrounding, this listing mechanisms. So we want to focus on the criteria and processes for inscriptions, because the idea is to shed light on the challenges faced by underrepresented regions, as I have said. And so we also want to explore innovative methods to be able to foster dialogue among stakeholders and continue to emphasize the important and crucial involvement of communities. So by doing so, we would like to advocate for a more equitable and inclusive approach to heritage inscriptions, if I can say that, and in order to try to change I will say, to start to respond positively to what people expect from the two listing mechanisms today, after 50 years of World Heritage Convention and 20 years of 2003 convention. So I think we have a very interesting panel. I would like to introduce now our speakers, but I will introduce them by asking them questions at the same time. And I think the idea is, guys, I think it's, you have a lot of experience, not only in your own regions, but you've also been traveling around and interacting with others. And I think it's important that you share with us insight of this important topic. And I think it's one of the unique opportunities where you can do it, and do it really with all what you have, so that we can bring many things back after this session and reflect on what you have said. So let me start by Nigel in Canada. So, you're from Belize, you come from Belize, Nigel. Yeah, very good. And you are the UNESCO Global Facilitator and Consultant on the 2003 convention. And you are adjunct lecturer of history at Wesley Junior College in Belize. And I think also you are one of the specialists on culture in sustainable development and education, and you've worked with government, you've worked with communities in developing cultural policies, frameworks, projects in both the intangible and tangible heritage. And I think, and we are very lucky because you are the chair of the evaluation body of the 2003 convention, for those who didn't know. And you were formerly the director of the Institute for Social and Cultural Research in Belize National Institute of Culture and History. So allow me to call you Nigel, which will make it much more easy for me. Please, I think, can you tell us, with your experience with the two conventions, your vast experience with the two conventions, especially in the context of sustainable development, and how do you think they have evolved during the years in trying to respond to the underrepresented regions? And what are for you the main challenges that might be faced by the countries, for instance, in the Caribbean, which regions from where you come? I really would like to listen to you about this. Over to you.
Thank you, Director Lazar, and thank you to the organizers and UNESCO for hosting this event. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. So what I want to speak on today in terms of being asked this question about sustainable development and challenges in the context of both conventions, I want to preamble it by giving you a bit about the perspective from which I come. I come from a small island developing state, and I am a believer in learning the process at the international level, so that the countries like from which I come might be able to participate fully and to borrow a phrase from the Caribbean and that you might know, to punch above your weight. So it's like a boxer, a lightweight boxer coming into the ring and fighting with the heavyweights per se. So I come with that sort of frame of mind. We carry, when we come to the international level, we have a lot of responsibility in terms of how we approach the work of development, and it's very prominent and an important thing that we carry with us. The title, the second thing I want to say before I get into the details, the title is a much longer title on the program. It's talking about balanced representation, about sites and elements, supporting nomination dossiers, but the short title is protecting heritage and integrating diversity. And I think that will best capture the point that I want to make today. Director Lazar spoke about the 72, the World Heritage Convention. So I won't delve into that in any detail, but I will speak about an experience there. But I want to give you my perspective on the 2003 convention, having worked at the community level, having worked as focal point, as regional trainer, preparing nominations, evaluating files, preparing curriculum for schools. So I've had the opportunity, fortunately, to participate in many aspects of implementing the convention, both in my country and in the region. And one of the things that has been a blessing for the Living Heritage Convention, in my opinion, has been the fact that I believe that we have learned from the failings of the World Heritage Convention, or the shortcomings. So we have been able to, as the name suggests, the Living Heritage Convention, we have been able to, and I say we, because I'm looking at Professor Sconti, I'm looking at colleagues, Alessandra, I'm looking at colleagues who have been with the convention for many years, even the drafters of the convention. And there was something important and visionary that you did when you drafted that convention. It was designed to grow and to change. And so in the intergovernmental meetings and general assemblies that I have participated and observed, what I've seen is a constant push to facilitate the development of countries and the signatories who are signatories to this convention. So what I've seen is lobbying by the committee. At the committee, I've seen lobbying by observer states being in the hall, sitting there, observer states asking their regional representatives, please ensure that there is a demand and a request for capacity building. Eventually, that translated into regional and global movement for capacity building. That capacity building filtered across into the countries. This is over the course of 20 years. And that's, in terms of the life of the convention, that is quick work. What I've also seen, well, all of you, the global reflection mechanism and the listing mechanisms and the changes that will come. On the 20th anniversary, of the convention, we are at a transition point. Very quickly, we're making transitions, and so it's a living convention. Though we recognize, of course, the interrelationship between the World Heritage and the Living Convention, we recognize that. And of course, and I'd like to say that I agree fully with the other colleagues this morning, that there is no distinction at the level of the man on the street, man and woman on the street, the practitioner, the bearer. There is no distinction, or very little, I should say, between the tangible and the intangible. Because when you live in a space, that's the tangible. The things that you produce are the tangible, and what you do with your hands and your beliefs and your dreams and so on is the intangible, and they go together. One does not exist without the other. So we endorse that. One of the other things about the 2003 convention that is a strength is that the role of NGOs. NGOs can have in the beginning and continue to play an important role in how the convention is implemented, and has supported, in many parts of the world, has supported the work of implementing the convention. So it makes the 2003 convention, just as the name suggests, a living convention, a convention for the safeguarding of living heritage. Now, looking at because I've had the privilege of now sitting inside the evaluation body. And when you sit inside the intergovernmental as an observer and on committee, you get perspectives over time. But when you get into the evaluation body, without giving details, you see that even there the thinking begins to change. One of the changes that has occurred has been even what constitutes intangible cultural heritage. We've had several nominations over the past few years that have come forward that has challenged our understanding of what constitutes intangible cultural heritage. And sometimes the evaluation body has been able to make recommendations, sometimes not. But in every case, the committee has arrived at a decision. Whether political or not is not the point. The fact is there has been debate and decisions have been arrived at regarding. And so when those decisions are arrived at, it also influences what happens next. It becomes precedent. It becomes, okay, this is how we understand intangible cultural heritage. You see a gradual shift in our understanding. The convention is lobbying to become more dynamic and responsive to the needs of developing states and all of its members. We see discussions about now, and states have been doing it, and as part of their states that are more aware, states have been putting, in terms of nomination files, what you see appearing are states pushing this issue of sustainable development and trying to ensure that that link is well established in the nomination files. Now, that, from my experience, has always been well received. What has not been so well received, but the opinion has changed over time in my understanding, has been the question of ICH and livelihoods. ICH and livelihoods, the purists among the ICH technocrats in the convention say that the purpose of the convention is not for the promotion of livelihood, but for the safeguarding of intangible heritage only. But the more denominations come, the more states, whether they are doing it knowingly or not, the more states are bringing to the awareness of the committee, they're bringing to the awareness that livelihoods correlate to living heritage in many, many, many cases. And so that has prompted a sort of working group on the correlation between intangible cultural heritage and livelihoods. So a dynamic process. So the 2003 convention has benefited from that. Now, the question then is, we're saying, okay, should we, in knowing all of this, we want to increase representation from developing states. Now, I'm going to say something controversial, and you probably won't believe that I'm the person saying it. But the convention, in my opinion, plays up the idea of international recognition and listing. It plays it up unnecessarily. It is overemphasized. Because we have maybe, 700 elements now of intangible cultural heritage that have been inscribed. We have over 1,000 World Heritage sites and cultural landscapes that have been inscribed. But that is still just a minuscule part of the cultural landscape of the world. And from my experience, what has happened is that when the nomination happens and it's inscribed, the communities, especially in the 2003 convention, that communities appear from R1 to R5, U1 to U5. Communities involved in defining the element. Communities involved in developing inventories. The communities participate in the drafting and safeguarding measures. The communities participate in developing the nomination, and communities appear everywhere, and free, prior, and informed consent is required. For a community to carry a single nomination is not an easy task. There is the task of implementing the safeguarding measures. There's the task of monitoring that it is being done, ensuring that the state party carries out its obligation, ensuring that the actors remain, ensuring that the periodic reporting and the reporting is done. So that is not a small task. So in my opinion, from the perspective of the developing state, while it is important to have global recognition on these lists, while it is now, it should not be the priority. Okay. What the priority should be is protecting heritage. And let me be more specific. States, and I think other colleagues will touch on this in more detail, But states like the ones from where I come from have an issue of capacity. The country that I live in, someone was laughing at my country this morning, but in a good way. I said, you asked me where you're from? I'm from Belize. How many people live in Belize? 400,000 people. Really? 400,000 people was the reaction. And you couldn't believe that you have countries that small. You have countries that are 60,000 people, right? You have countries that are 40,000 people. So the capacity is an issue no matter how you cut it when you look at in many developing states. So our priority is not for the international recognition, but to ensure that the heritage that exists is protected and safeguarded so that the country, and now this is where we're getting at, so that we can achieve development in a sustainable way. Right? And I will end with that. I could elaborate further, but I'll end with those comments.
Very good. No, very good. I will come back to it because you said some very important things, and coming from the chairperson of the evaluation body is interesting. I think for the first time I see someone saying clearly, I'm chairing this group, but what matters is not the inscription, just the inscription, but it's more than that. So I think, and it's because we've been seeing, you know, in looking at the nomination and evaluating them, how this perspective is being brought, the issue of the livelihood. And I think it's interesting, the issue of sustainable development. And so finally, we come back to think it's not just for the sake of inscribing, but it's to do more. And we'll come back to it in the second round of the question. Thank you so much, Nigel. Thank you, really. And now I'll come to my our second panelist, but je crois que je vais m'adresser.
I will speak French to ask the second panelist to intervene. Leonske, you come from Burkina Faso, professor at the university, researcher, and you also have, like Nigel, two functions. You wear two hats. You are involved with the intangible cultural heritage and also the material or heritage. You are a trainer, you have taken initiatives for capacity building in both fields. This is very interesting. You've supported local communities. I know you are interested in the potential role of local communities, not only for the inventories, but also to try and see how cultural heritage can be a viable tool for them. This is important, and I know you work on the reports, the regular reports, and you participate in the intergovernmental committee, both for World Heritage and Intangible Heritage. You're going to Botswana next week, I suppose. Leon, since 2016, you've been fully involved in the preparation of the nominations dossier. You have succeeded in obtaining description of metallurgy in Burkina Faso and also a small village, also Tiebele, It is a very interesting case, and you are an ICOMOS expert. So I have two ICOMOS experts here in the panel. So I'm curious about your experience in terms of the two conventions. This is important. And how do you live this experience nowadays, and what is your interpretation of these two conventions? Nigel has mainly spoken about how the conventions have been evolving since, a couple of years, especially focusing on 2003 convention. I'd like to know what are the challenges you have been confronted, especially for you as an expert from Africa that is underrepresented in the World Heritage List. You helped preparing nomination dossiers successfully. What are the challenges nowadays for filing these nominations for both the World Heritage List and Intangible Heritage List? This is my question for you. Thank you, Director Lazar. I want to thank UNESCO for inviting me to this important panel. When I got the invitation, I told myself, how can I be invited? What can I say to these important experts? And it's important that even if I have a modest experience, I can give a contribution to the discussion. And Italy, you know, is a country I love. I've studied cultural heritage in Italy. I want to thank Italy and all the Italians. So to come to your questions, the challenges, there are so many challenges, you know. The first challenge that I can mention is the issue of the convention internationalization or implementation better. There are some tools that have been worked out and the states have ratified the conventions, but then they have not been implemented, you know, in the national territories. When we prepare nomination files, we realize that there are so many issues at stake. If we could read all the recommendations, we would need to discuss anything, because many things are said in terms of formats. There's plenty of information of how to fill in the different sections of the nomination forms, etc. There are lots of directions, instructions. So in terms of the formal aspects, this is a challenge. And another aspect, recently you've seen at the General Assembly, if we take Article 29 of the Convention of 1972, well, it says that the states have to review all their regulations in terms of heritage protection, inventories, etc. But when we prepare a nomination file, also in the case of the metallurgy case in my country, there are problems. There's no benchmarks, you know. It's difficult to find benchmarks, and it's important that inventories are updated. It's a duty. So this is, you know, one of the challenges we meet. And another challenge is planning. In a country, a minister, after a meeting, said to his experts, Well, ask UNESCO to the inscription of this and that in the World Heritage List, as if it was, something that you could do overnight. It takes planning, That's why people don't understand. It's difficult to tell them that it takes planning. It can't happen overnight. Whatever the convention, whether it is 1972 or 2003, doesn't matter. It takes planning. Nowadays, dossiers are evidence-based, are scientific nominations, so it takes planning. If I can mention the case of metallurgy, we started in 2012 and we ended in 2019. It took us almost 7 years to prepare the nomination. It's a challenge, and the problem we meet is, planning all the actions. And another interesting aspect is budget, budgeting. In our countries, no one wants to invest in culture, In some countries, when you can add heritage to the list, there is always the personal initiative of a director who invests their resources. I remember when we were preparing the dossier on metallurgy, the nomination on metallurgy, my wife was not far from where I was. We had to prepare and file the dossier, so she came to visit, but she couldn't meet me because, I was busy, and I was working based on my own resources, and this is true also elsewhere. I mean, it's, a personal engagement that is required. Article 29 of the convention says, Convention 2003 says that this is necessary, but people do not understand that it takes planning, that it takes effort. This is the biggest problem, and many nominations are submitted only because there are other states that support the initiative. And another challenge that I want to mention is the question of expertise, experts. There are two aspects that are worth mentioning at this level. Those who have had the chance of having a capacity building and we have the UNESCO, we have the African Heritage Foundation and other supporters. So experts are trained, but in our administrations in Africa in general is that we depend on the ministers, on the governments. So we can accumulate all the experience, all the knowledge we want, but we can always be, changed into a post of positions. So it's complicated because there is this problem, in our communities and in our societies. And another interesting aspect is that we have a worship of diplomas and master degrees. We don't ask the communities. They are the true experts of a cultural heritage. But in our strategies, we do not rely on them. They are in the best position ever to document the strategies of conservation and preservation of cultural heritage. The communities are the best ones, but then they are put aside and we ask experts who come from somewhere else. So this is the biggest problem we have. I don't want to be too long young, I also want to mention the question of the inclusion of community practices in the convention. If we take the 72 convention, it says that we have to document the management plan of heritage. There are communities, local communities who maintain the heritage, and they work on the heritage. The communities, are not then asked what they do, and we can't ask them that we need a plan, we need a calendar, we need a timing, if I had to tell you how many times I breathe in a day, I wouldn't be able to document it. It is the very format of this documentation that prevents communities from participating. And there is the same problem at the level of Convention of 2003. Nigel has already mentioned the problem of simplification. When you want to inscribe heritage in the representation list, there are so many rules, there are so many measures to take, and communities are there. They can't necessarily understand what should be done, but they do it anyway, and they can't really focus on the rules and the measures because they are involved. Maybe we should translate all these elements, especially when it comes to the safeguarding of the heritage. We should translate our language into the language of the local communities and the daily lives. And another challenge is the language problem, the discrepancy. The UNESCO languages are French and English. In Burkina Faso, we have over 60 languages. To translate, well, I can't speak Italian, but in Italian there is a saying, traduttore, traditore, translator, traitor. This is the biggest problem we have most of the times. And the fact that we want to translate oral practices, into a written form, we lose the very sense of what the communities do. And this is what we have to fix, as a problem. This is one of the challenges. Also, in the evaluation body, I was deputy chair at a certain moment, and in my quality of professor, I often reflect on the issue of languages. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I think.
But also, I appreciate the way you were putting it like a music to our ears, particularly with some of your Burkina Faso quotes, which I like everyone to take back now. And the first one was interesting, like say, this issue, sometimes the way we are taking, translating some of the legal, texts of UNESCO about the listing and everything in our national, in our countries, is like asking us to chew only what we chew better in our mouths. I will know, we chew better what we have in our mouths. So I think it's important. Then if we have it, we can chew it better because it is in our mouth. So we have to bring it in our mouth. And that's the first effort to do. And the second one, which becomes, of course, a big challenge. And I also enjoyed listening to you and giving us this image about the one of the challenge which is also important. And you say it on the issue of the expertise. If you don't have the expertise, it's going to be very difficult. It's like you're asking a lizard to go and clean its paws and then come and have dinner. But this is interesting. I think you gave us, really some of the thoughts that I like to come back to it. But you mentioned immediately the man in your left, and then I will move to him immediately. So Albino Jopela, who's from Mozambique, and is now the acting executive director of the African World Heritage Fund. But Albino Jopela is also the chairperson of the Association of Southern African Professional Archaeologists, ASAPA, if I remember. And he is the past co-chair of the Climate Heritage Network. And he has served also as an advisor to ICOMOS on World Heritage. And so I think your interest as a professional has also been in traditional custodianship, management systems of heritage places, cultural landscapes, Nigel was mentioning them, but also heritage of the liberation struggle in Africa, rock art, and that's interesting. But you see, Jopela, we've worked together, and recently we were together in Riyadh for the World Heritage Committee. And you were there to assist all the member states, and Africa succeeded to have, 7 World Heritage, new World Heritage sites. And that was a great achievement. It was a great effort by the region, by the continent. But being someone whose organization support World Heritage listing in Africa, but being also, having also been an ICOMOS advisor who has evaluated, presented nomination dossiers, participated in the ICOMOS panels, and presented the evaluations. I think the last presentation that you did was in 2021, if I remember very well, or 2019. If I'm correct. So would you tell us about, also your perspective about these challenges, particularly also, how today, as an institution which was made to support African countries to try to be more represented on this list, what are the challenges that you see should be overcome today?
Thank you, Director of World Heritage at UNESCO, and my gratitude to UNESCO and to the government of Italy for this very kind invitation. Indeed, the challenge of supporting the efforts of African state parties to have a better representation on the World Heritage list, it's not a new one. And I remember since the time when I would say my generation was being instructed into the field, that this was the issue. However, despite those notable efforts, which are combined effort from UNESCO, and we have been working closely with the Africa unit at the World Heritage Center, but also the advisory bodies themselves, and having a bit of an experience working with those different organizations within the system as actually allowed to appreciate a little bit more some of those challenges. I mean, globally, I mean, one of the issues that one would raise is the issue of, we could say, a fragile domestication of the World Heritage Convention, I mean, in every sense. So what my experience and the perception is that World Heritage and mostly this process of nomination and even management of sites, it's somehow a low priority, as we have heard. And for instance, Nigel has highlighted the small state, but I would say that it's not just about small states. It is, to a high degree, a low priority when compared to other government development projects. So putting together a nomination is not very high in the government priority. So what we then see is that there is this perception that World Heritage is often seen as heavily bureaucratic and expensive exercise, as it was also mentioned, with high standards of conservation, which end up being perceived as prohibitive of development. Hence, often we are battling with the apparent dilemma and dichotomy between conservation versus development. And this is a widespread perception, which then, engaging, for instance, with high officials, one get a sense and appreciation of where, for instance, they would perceive. The other critical challenges is that the level of investment in the heritage sector broadly is not adequate. And it's not to say that, I mean, there is no investment, but basically if one looks into what an exercise of nominating, and here I'm focusing more on 1972 convention, one would actually see that although there is this general lack of funding to support nomination of new sites, and in many cases, the subsequent management of those sites, most of the time, those nomination projects are also affected by the level of political will from certain sectors of the government to allocate resources, because basically it's all about the prioritization and allocation of resources. So we will also see that in certain contexts, there is an over-reliance on this external funding. So the nominations actually conceive more of an external sort of funding project as opposed to rely more on domestic measures which empower local actors in order to champion such development of nominations. And that's we'll see that, yes, while we have government spending a number, taking a number of years and investing a lot of resources, this doesn't actually apply throughout across the board. The other element is, as my dear friend Leonce has also highlighted, the issue on technical capacity, which basically we look at individuals and also institutions, which basically what we see is that in most countries, the national focal point, which often is the Minister of Culture, is often without the required trained personnel and adequate understanding of the complexities of World Heritage nomination and its processes, including the listing. So here we then couple this with high turnover of staff, which also make it seem that, I mean, the principle that, I mean, capacity building is also a constant, although it's not very well sort of supported or a notion that is understood, but it's basically what we have. And to this scenario, we can also add that in a lot of African institutions, with a mandate and experience in education and training, such as, for instance, universities and tertiary colleges, they're not fully involved in helping state party address those challenges related to the implementation of the convention broadly. But in my view, it does not also end here in terms of the internal, I would say, challenges, but you also have somehow a disjuncture between national and international agendas when it comes to World Heritage. For instance, has the director of World Heritage stated that, quite often African state parties are seen to have wasted resources in investing in development of nomination dossiers that, according, for instance, to the advisory bodies, cannot be considered to be of potential of universal value. They don't meet the criteria. However, for multiple reasons, then the state parties invest years and resources working on those dossiers rather than, for instance, working on more promising sites. But then this is, in my view, also just a reflection of the slight tension that we still have between, and disagreements at times, between on the divergence of views and interests. On the one hand, the domestic agenda and nationalistic interests from state parties in terms of who decides which side to go, because it's a national project. And on the other hand, the views that are mostly informed by the experts and organizations such as the advisory bodies, which often then would not all the time would appreciate those sort of like the local views on what then will constitute a site suitable of inscription. And finally, one of the points that has been highlighted on the issue, and we heard from the other panels throughout the day, on the issue of stakeholders engagement and the issue of community participation, because despite what we then see overall, for instance, in the operational guidelines, which encourage effective and inclusive participation in the nomination process of communities, and this is one of the key differences, as we heard from colleagues when we put the two conventions together. We often find that there is the issue of the level of engagement of local community remains a challenge when it comes to nomination processes. And the result is that the involvement of local stakeholders, for instance, is this poor engagement is seen in the contestation that we hear from local voices towards World Heritage projects, either at the time of inscription or in moments later on. But then associated to this is also, in my view, the key issue of the notion of the interpretation of what constitutes participation at the end of the day. Because for some, the participation and the level of that participation differ from place to place. But what we then see at the end of the day is that we often find that the frequently conceived rural communities across the continent will then be dependent on what is basically defined, and we saw from the previous panel discussing nature culture, on how those policies will be defined somewhere and then communicated to the local actors. So all of those elements then end up constituting, I believe, an important insight into the problems that we face when we look into this discourse and practice regarding community, the benefits of community in terms of true heritage, but also those challenges have also shaped the way communities would perceive World Heritage nomination project, but also the ability of state parties as a whole to ensure very inclusive and top and bottom-up processes when it comes to nomination. So those are some of the elements that one could actually say by looking across our region when it comes to the challenges with nomination.
No, thank you, and very good that you were looking at this perspective, because you've been also, as the African World Heritage Fund, interacting a lot with different institutions, and it's interesting to see with your perspective that governments and national authorities have this impression that inscriptions are prohibitive of development. And I think it comes back probably to what Nigel was saying at the beginning in his intervention, that maybe that's also the reason why sometimes, you know, they are not moving forward with proposing inscriptions. And what you were saying, Léonce, about then the lack of planification, because it means, you know, to engage and go forward to plan for a number of inscriptions. But we'll come back to it. Now, let me move to Mrs. Haifa Abed Al-Halem, who is the representative of IUCN. And one of our important advisory bodies. We have, and then we'll move to e-commerce. So particularly, you led the successful IUCN TABIA program advancing natural world heritage conservation in the Arab States region. So you know the situation there. You also presented for IUCN evaluations at the World Heritage Committee, and what I want to, because of the fact that you not only contribute to capacity building and technical support, but you have analyzed the whole environment of the Arab state regions and how to support them. And you have a better idea of the broader environmental and conservation aspect of the region. And because you are now involved in Jordan, for what I understand, you know, to assess climate impact on heritage site, I want to ask a question to you. Is being someone who brings the natural heritage perspective in this panel, what are your experience with the two conventions, knowing that you've conducted evaluation, you've presented evaluation to the World Heritage Committee? How do you think having these two conventions will add more in the work that you are doing as IUCN?
Thank you. It's actually, it's not a straightforward answer. It's, I'm also from an underrepresented region, from both sides, from expertise on the international community, like we have a less experts from the Arab region who really speak out about the region, but also from World Heritage site. And I was lucky that when I joined IUCN, it was the first, like the beginning of the second periodic reporting. So I was deeply involved discussing with the state parties about their needs, about their challenges, and about about the nature world heritage, specifically those sites already inscribed, and the state parties they want to have more like natural site, because at that time we only have 4 sites, and now we have 8, including mixed. And when we start discussing, it was like when we do evaluation, and they will always be scared of IUCN, that IUCN is very strict and very complicated process, and we cannot submit nomination dossier because there were several attempts. And like, for example, a Sudan nomination dossier, it started 1983 and inscribed 2016. It was very long process. So one of the issues was lack of, as mentioned before, lack of knowledge, lack of published document that state parties can use for, like, in reference and as a reference in their dossier, and this is one of the issues. In addition, that like, as it's also mentioned before, some of the terminologies is not easy to be grasped by experts in the field. They know how to do nature conservation, they know how to do write report, but they don't know how to do to prepare a dossier, nomination dossier, in the let's say technical terminologies. So this is one of issues. Also, normally we tend to do a nomination dossier, prepare nomination dossier, not prepare site for World Heritage, which is a completely different story. And this was one of our approach in the program and IUCN for the Arab region to prepare the capacities of state parties to prepare sites. In addition, the dossier is one of the work, is one of the output. It's not the output. The output to have a proper site that able to continue for future. So, and I still remember my experience with the Iraqi marshlands, which took us 9 years, which was one of the let's say upstream process from scratch. They don't even have a legislation at that time for environment, Minister of Environment. And it took us long experience and discussion with the state party, it was the local community, because the local community component was very strong on the site, because local community is highly dependent on the site, how to do a proper system that hosts those communities, that serve them, in addition, preserve the potential OUV of the site. So this was also one of the challenges. I also joined for evaluation also. Let's talk about evaluation. I also remember I joined several either prepare or join several process, evaluation process, either in the evaluation, also retrospective monitoring mission. And I would like to highlight that local component, how to meet local community and discuss with them, was one of the top priority for us, specifically those sites that need to be the human or people live inside are very dependent on nature. And I still remember our mission, reactive monitoring mission to Socotra Island. And I still remember that because it's not we only brought experts from the region that who can speak Arabic, so we better communicate, but also we brought local experts who speak Socatri, so help us to communicate with the community, understand them, because there is a lot of things, as mentioned earlier, we could lose in the translation. Because we need to build the trust with the community to really listen to them, not only hearing them, but listen to them. And this is was important, the communication. So languages also was major point. Communication was how we open this kind of communication. One of the things I would like also to highlight during my experience in the region and communicating with the communities in several sites, we found that there is specific terms, local terms that represent a specific type of ecosystems. And you cannot find any English or French or any languages that really represent this specific ecosystem. Within this specific ecosystem, there is a specific type of management that community deal with, and they know how to manage these resources. So by saying that, I think it's very important to highlight the importance of languages and how we can communicate World Heritage language into local language, as mentioned. I would like also to mention one minor case. In Jordan, when Jordan proposed Wadi Rum as a mixed site. The government decision was to exclude the village out of the property. It's only one village, and the other villages is around the property, which is normal, by the law, by the government recognition. At that time, IUCN told them, we cannot accept this dossier like this. You cannot exclude people out of the site. You need to include them because they are part of the ecosystem. You cannot exclude them. So I can say that the convention over time evolved into that, imposing that community became integral part of the management systems if we really want these sites to survive. Otherwise, we are losing these ecosystems. And I can say that IUCN learned this by hard way, because a lot of these sites, when they exclude community biodiversity, we start losing biodiversity. So interaction between human and biodiversity is vital, and nature expert, all of nature experts now recognize that you cannot divide human from nature, and the interaction is very vital. Yeah. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Thank you, really. It's, you know, this is, I mean, we had a natural heritage specialist telling us that, you know, the convention has evolved, and I think it's important to consider communities that are living in natural heritage sites, contrary to what some can think that, you know, you need to exclude them to protect only the biodiversity, but because they are part of protecting the exceptional biodiversity of the site. And what you were saying brings me to Andrew Hall, who is representing ICOMOS, the other advisory bodies here. And Andrew, you are a heritage conservationist, and you have been the CEO of SARA, the South African National Heritage Authorities, and you have been the former vice president of ICOMOS, and you are the founder chairperson of the Intangible Cultural Heritage Committee at ICOMOS. So that was the reason why it was important to have you here, because you have been a member of the ICOMOS panel, World Heritage panel, and you have been at many World Heritage committees, and I can go on and on to say all what you have done, but you are also a member of the UNESCO working groups on indigenous people and urban landscape, and presently convener of the team finalizing the ICOMOS Charter for Intangible Cultural Heritage. So, because ICOMOS is working on this charter. And on top of this, and I've known you for your particular interest on traditional management systems. Your interest has been there, and I think it has led to some of the changes in the operational guidelines regarding the management mechanism, together with some other people like Benedict from Belgium. But Andrew, I think this is time for you to tell us exactly what you think about all this, and having heard everybody, your experience now with the two conventions, we want to hear what you think about you know, the development that have happened, the challenges, and how you think this is really important in the discussion we are having here in this conference today.
Thanks, Lazar, and thanks for the invitation to be here. It's always good to be amongst like-minded people, both on the stage and our colleagues sitting listening. Yeah, ICOMOS values its connections with both conventions. It's an advisory body under both. Obviously, because of the way the conventions are written, it plays a more prominent role in the World Heritage Convention. Yeah, I was part of the South African national delegation during the drafting of the ICH convention, and our delegation served at some point on the panel that actually wrote the convention. And I'm sure there are many of you who were there and recall there was a lot of discussion about whether or not the ICH convention should refer to physical places. And it went backwards and forwards, and I think the African delegations in particular were quite adamant about that. And eventually, yeah, it happened, and we have references in that convention to space, the cultural and natural spaces, and to places of memory. And that, for me, establishes the potential, and I think for ICOMOS it establishes a potential for connection between the two conventions. And it's good to be here where that possibility is being explored here in Naples. That same inclusion in many ways was one of the things that led to ICOMOS establishing its own ICH committee and drafting several declarations on ICH over the years, and now finally moving towards a charter on that subject. That's led to a greater understanding of the primary role of community in conservation, because ICH is something that belongs to community. And it's led to increased mechanisms for communities to participate in the processes under the World Heritage Convention in particular. In recent years, along with the World Heritage Committee, ICOMOS has adopted positions on issues such as rights-based approaches to heritage, gender equality in heritage, the role of indigenous peoples in Heritage Convention, all of which in various ways recognize how different communities have struggled to be heard in the heritage sector. Sites that are defined by ICH are more likely to be closely associated with, and if you like, owned by communities. They present broad opportunities to involve communities in conservation at international level and, of course, at local and national level. On a related matter, such communities are often also the primary protectors of such sites through traditional protections and traditional management systems. And I'll come back to that subject. You asked me specifically about it. My personal opinion is that area needs to be better explored by all of us as professionals if we're serious about the connection between ICH and tangible heritage, and which create opportunities as well for marginalized communities and regions that are not properly represented to participate more fully in the areas of heritage conservation at international level. ICOMOS is aware that in many instances the area of ICH and the way it defines physical space or sites, depending on which term you prefer and use, is particularly prominent in the regions that are underrepresented on the World Heritage List. In 2010, I think it was, it initiated what it calls the upstream process, which is to try and provide assistance and advice to state parties that are in the process of preparing nominations. And I think what has logically followed in a way from that is also the two-step process now with World Heritage nominations. It'll be interesting to see if that has more impact than the upstream process 10, 12 years on. I started with a comment on the inclusion of intangible heritage in the ICH Convention. And before I get onto the issue of traditional management systems, I'd like to end in a way with one on ICH in the future, the World Heritage Convention. Criteria 6 of the guidelines provides the major possibility for connecting the subject matter of our two conventions. In terms of the World Heritage Convention, that is. It's the major connector of the World Heritage Convention to the ICH Convention. Given the particular way that ICH is used to define physical spaces in underrepresented regions, it also presents great potential for a regionally balanced World Heritage List. ICOMOS has welcomed recent formal relaxation of the long-standing requirement that criteria 6 can only be used in conjunction with another criteria. But that is only when it comes to sites of memory. Huh? And I think that's been quite a breakthrough. ICOMOS would also welcome an extension of that relaxation to other areas, as this would, number one, create greater potential for balance and representation on the list. Two, it would provide more opportunities for community participation in World Heritage matters. And three, it would facilitate greater connection between our two heritage conventions. Now, quickly to the issue of traditional management, traditional protection. Communities that function still in traditional ways and that define their space through intangible cultural heritage, as has been said by colleagues here, often have very little understanding of the legal systems, whether local or national, and even less so when it comes to international law, such as conventions. And often, on the basis of very hard-learned experience, have reason not to trust such systems to protect their best interests. I think that's something we've got to understand. Especially in post-colonial societies, people have very good reason not to trust the law, because the law is played against them. And so they tend to revert often to the tried and trusted and they know in their own way of doing things, and to try and keep government out. I worked on a nomination where the community said to me, "We don't like government, we don't know why you're here, and this United Nations or UNESCO, whatever you wish to call it, we don't even know them, but you tell us they're the international government." It took us about 5 years of hard work to persuade them that they could manage their own site within the system, and they now do so quite successfully. But yes, the initial mistrust was there and had to be overcome, and that's an obstacle. But many of these communities for centuries or even millennia have protected their natural and cultural heritage themselves through protections that are not legal and have little similarity in any way to laws and systems that we would recognize in our context. I'll use the example of the Richtersveld World Heritage Site. People have managed that site for 2,000 years. It's the most biodiverse desert in the world. It has 2,000 plant species and counting. People have lived there with their sheep and goats and migrated around the site for 2,000 years at least, according to the archaeological record. And it's still the most biodiverse desert in the world. And they're obviously doing something right. But none of it's written down. They just understand their landscape, they understand how to manage it, and because it's a desert, they really understand the risk of not managing it properly, because they know if they come back the next year and they've overgrazed, not only will their animals die, but they will die. So it's a hard life, but the system has kept them going for 2,000 years through traditional management. The Mijikenda Kaya forests that have been mentioned are a similar thing where through a traditional management system, communities protected themselves through the forest. Forest formed the fortifications around their villages. Both ICOMOS and IUCN struggle with these unconventional ways of protecting sites, and I believe the World Heritage Committee does too, and insists rather on more usual legal ways of doing things, when what's there already works pretty well. I believe that these things could be seen as ICH elements, and safeguarding them, recognizing them under the 2003 convention would surely give more confidence for their recognition as formal ways of protecting World Heritage sites, and making it easier to nominate and manage such sites down the road. And that's something I really think we should explore. We talked this morning about marriage and living together as the two conventions, I think, as our colleague Joe King put it. I don't think it needs to be that complicated. We just need to find the right touch points between the two conventions. And there's a lot of opportunities for synergy and helping one another with the problems of underrepresentation and so on. Nominations are often the easy part of a World Heritage Convention, and we've talked about the resources that it takes to do that. But the management plan that has to come at the same time is often a lot more complicated and takes a lot more effort, and it's the kind of poor stepchild often of the process, but a very necessary one. I think there have to be ways of recognizing that there are traditional management systems. And why do we put people through a whole process of modern management when they have ancient ways that have worked? And we could quite easily, if we wished, find a mechanism for recognizing those systems without having to have a formal management plan. And I think that would make things so much easier for so many of the sites. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say at this stage. Thank you very much.
Wow. No, Andrew, we all like your perspective. And the last thing that you said about the traditional management system as a way also of encouraging in the same territory, both, the recognition of some of the system as ICH is interesting, but on the other way, also on looking at this ICH element as important part of, managing World Heritage sites that belongs to communities. So that's very interesting. I had so many questions to you, but if I start asking them, I'm not going to give the floor to you. So I think I'll give the floor, and if you don't ask my question, I'll ask them. So let's do that, if you agree. So where is the microphone? Okay, so now I'll open the floor, and please ask them all questions you have to ask. We have 20 minutes. I see, yes, and yeah, who has the floor at the back? Or here, you have Ambassador of Yemen. Please, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry to take the floor more than one time. Just one question, basic question. While we have 6 languages within the UN and UNESCO is part of it, why we have to present the dossiers in only 2 languages, French or English? Thank you.
I think we have the chair here. I don't know if you want to answer, but I can answer as UNESCO. So that's a question for me, but maybe I'll just do it quickly. I think it's important that we work in the working language of the committee. That's when it comes to the World Heritage Committee. I believe it's the same also for the intangible, yes, the evaluation bodies and others. So that's why the nomination dossiers are presented in both English and French, because that's the thing. But your question, I believe, is that, if everyone has to present now a nomination dossier in the 6th language, this is something that the World Heritage Committee now has to decide. But for the moment, you have to present it in both English and French. Yeah, so that's what I can say. But you can take this to the World Heritage Committee, Ambassador, or to the Intangible Committee. If Mr. Chairperson, I don't know.
I wouldn't be able to respond. I think I have an idea, but I won't endeavor.
Okay, all right. So someone wanted to take the floor at the back? Yes. Please identify yourself, Madam, and then we will go to the back to you.
Thank you very much for very interesting presentations. Naira Gilician, ICH expert from the Ministry of Education, Science, Culture and Sport of Armenia. My question is there any mechanism to provide advisory support from the UNESCO to the state parties for the preparation of nomination dossiers? Thank you.
I believe, yes, there is now, under the new guidelines, there is going to be a provision to provide assistance for the preparation of nominations, yes.
Yes, please. Okay, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. If we refer to 2003 convention, only for the representation list, there is no assistance. Otherwise, you can ask for support for all the other lists and also to switch from one list to another. Only for the representation list, there is no assistance. And for the World Heritage, there is this support. You can also ask for support for upgrading, for updating your indicative list. In the upstream process, maybe. I mean, so there are possibilities to receive technical support and assistance.
Mondial.
For the World Heritage, I think this is what you meant. There are measures to offer international assistance. It is very clear. The question concerned especially the intangible heritage, because everything is very clear for the World Heritage List, but Nigel wants to intervene, I think.
Yes, this will be covered in the Kasani session of the intergovernmental meeting, and I think you can refer to, I'm looking at here, General Assembly document of July 2022. So you can also see the changes that have been made there as well.
So the issue is being taken care of. Okay. Then, and if you want more questions, my colleague Suzanne is here, and she'll be able to clarify this. Sir, at the back, please, you have the floor.
Salve, buonasera a tutti e a tutti.
Hi everyone, my name is Fabio Figuera. Yeah, let me start from scratch. Good evening. My name is Fabio Figuera. I'm an anthropologist, and I represent the Ministry for Culture, the Center for Intangible Heritage. We promote the Italian intangible heritage. I want to ask a question to Nigel. You touched on a key issue as to our work on the ground. In Italy, the concept of safeguarding is based on the architectural, historical, artistic heritage. We do not have all the necessary instruments to work on the so-called living heritage, intangible heritage. Nigel was really, said something very important to me. We often work with communities where the main goal is the nomination of the heritage. But actually, and in Italy, there is an ad hoc office in charge of the nominations. It's a UNESCO office and a Directorate General. But we want to raise the awareness of the communities onto another aspect of the convention. The identification of participative research. As an anthropologist, I use ethnography. We cooperate with local universities, local researchers, and we start an in-depth research, because communities are conflicting communities, actually, you have a mayor, you have, a city, they want a nomination being recognized or a heritage listed for, their own visibility. But there are also other stakeholders, local communities do not have any measures for really protecting heritage. We tend to forget the first part of the convention. We focus on the nomination, but it's also important that we start ethnographic, scientific research works to reconstruct the importance, the relevance of the heritage that is in the nomination. So I want to thank Nigel for what he said. It's important that we exploit the convention. And I want to ask him, how can we raise the awareness of local communities? How can we sort of bypass the nomination, or not bypass, but actually how can we let communities understand that the main issue, the main goal is the protection of the heritage? Are there possibilities, are there means, are there tools to raise the awareness of local communities and local institutions? How can we help them understand the importance of ethnographic research and research activities, research works, etc.?
So many questions.
Yes.
But you can answer.
The one thing that comes to mind, thank you for the question, there's a process within the UNESCO 2003 convention that I think works well, whether you're dealing with nomination or not. And that's the issue of inventorying. So the inventorying process is a requirement of a nomination, but the beauty of doing it for any reason at all is that it engages the communities. And it is, as you know, it's hard work. It requires day after day, hour after hour, being available and accessible to communities, and to speak with them, point out what is possible at the international level, what's possible at the local level, what's possible at the national level, and to give them a sort of list of options available to them, and then let them decide how far they would be willing and able to take their initiatives and so on. But even if safeguarding is happening at the very local level, that is also desirable, That is the real goal of the convention, in my view, because there is so much to do, and only so few elements and sites will be able to be inscribed or approved at the international level. But at the end of the day, I always say, if you want to know if your society is successful at safeguarding, just look around and see what people are doing without being paid for it. Look at what people are doing with respect to culture of their own initiative. If you see that happening, then that is something to support and endorse in terms of awareness raising.
Yes, I think, Leon, see if you want to add to some of the answers.
Okay, merci beaucoup.
Thank you. I'd like to talk about the two lists, the safeguarding list and the representation list. The Convention of 1972 has a negative influence on the 2003 Convention, in the sense that there is too much importance on the representation list. All the state parties aim at listing, while the actual goal of the convention is helping protecting heritage. You were mentioning mechanisms for assistance. You can also file your nomination dossier together with an application for assistance. And then there is the issue of cooperation, collaboration. It's Article 18 of the Convention with best practices. There are best practices, so you can include these elements, in the work you do. There are these mechanisms. Don't focus too much only on the World Heritage List and the representation list. Look at the other mechanisms as well, and I'm sure that you can really reinforce your nomination dossiers.
And then I'll give you the floor to my colleague. No. First, I think I'll give, and then to you, and then to this. I still have some questions. So, okay. Let's start with you, Joe.
Okay, I'll be very, very quick. It's actually a response to the ambassador from Yemen about the languages of the nomination files. And I would actually like to make a suggestion to everybody here that there should, obviously, because, for example, with the World Heritage Convention, the language is English and French. So so the nomination file has to be in one of those two languages. But I would actually recommend that there be a second nomination file, not in the other English or French or in whatever these 6 UNESCO languages, but in a local language. So I would like to see, for example, for the Kayas in Kenya, I would actually like to see an English nomination file, but I would actually like to see not even a Kiswahili one, but a Kigiriama one, because the local language in Kaya Rabai is Giriama. So I think it would be, and the thing that would do is it would actually allow local communities to know what's in the nomination file, to actually contribute to it, and to understand what it is that's actually in those files. And that might be something, and I could see that for the World Heritage Convention, I could see it for the Intangible Convention, I could see it for other things. But the idea is to start valorizing local languages also, in addition to the UN languages. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. So, sir, you have the floor. Can you bring the microphone somewhere here, please? Yeah. Please, sir, go ahead. Introduce yourself. Oh, yeah, from Mongolia.
I am from Mongolia. I'm president of Mongolian ICOMS, and also a representative of UNESCO accredited NGO in Mongolia, the Foundation for Protection of Cultural Natural Heritage. This section is really important and very nice session because of as we discussing very important issues of integration of the 2 conventions of UNESCO. Especially I appreciate Andrew Hall, who is a representative of ICOMS ICH committee. You mentioned in your speech about criterion 6 of 72 convention. This criteria is very important for integration of 2 convention. Also, you mentioned about cultural landscape category of the 72 convention is also very important for integration of 2 convention. How you think about criteria 3? Because criteria 3 has very important requirement of ICOMS World Heritage Committee. Property inscribed must demonstrate very, very important testimony to living heritage. This is, I think, very important connection between these two conventions. Please, your opinion about this criteria for integration of two conventions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think let's bring the microphone to Madame here. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I am from Turkey, UNESCO National Commission of Tangible Heritage Committee. I am a conservation architect and studying on holistic approach for 19 years. And in the morning and afternoon, I listened 3 sessions, but mostly presentation about the tangible and intangible heritage should be handled together. But unfortunately, we didn't listen about how this integration can be formulated. Any of presentation, I didn't see any graphic or formulation about this integration. So my question, I wondered at the end of this conference, will there be any methodology for holistic approach and the principles and how different aspects of tangible and intangible heritage interrelated between them? I expected to be a presentation, make a presentation here about my study on holistic approach. Please inform me and us at the end of conference what you will make or formulate any convention or regulation and integrated approach formulation. Thank you.
Thank you. I think your question is already also in relation with what the colleague from Mongolia said, because he mentioned specifically also the importance of maybe exploring possibility around criteria 3 and criteria 6 also. Your question is again related to how what we have discussed between the two conventions could be, integrated in nomination processes. I think the idea of having this discussion was, of course, to explore the ways. It doesn't mean that the solution is to be found here, but to understand that this is important and that maybe we have to continue. And I think the colleagues here on this particular may have some quick answer to you, so I'll pass the floor back to them. And I see Jopela, you have something to add very quickly, right?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and probably, I don't know if the organizers would project one slide that I also had in mind for this. But the quick example, when I heard in the morning the whole discussion on the marriage, I thought of my own experience. So I look at rock art sites in one part, so across the whole continent we have. And if you look at Southern Africa, you would find that most of those rock art sites are inscribed, a number of them, under 2 criteria. One is criteria 3, and the other is criteria 6. And the interesting thing about criteria 6 is always about the strong intangible association of living communities to the rock art site. So if you look at Shongoni in Malawi, Matobo in Zimbabwe, Sodilo Hills in Botswana, Kondoa in Tanzania, so they all have this sort of like elements. And the only way at the time I could understand how the nature of the relationship between living communities to a rock art site produced some of them 2,000 years ago was by looking at the 2003 convention in terms of the traditional systems that Andre was talking about as a cumulative mechanism that include not only the relationship between living beings, culture, and nature, including humans, but also which dictates the whole set of rules that regulate the use of that space and including the use of resources. So although I was looking at World Heritage sites, the whole understanding of how this traditional system worked, it was beyond the World Heritage. And in my understanding, this is one of the ways that one is not looking into how legally one sort of like merge them, but in terms of how to then use both of them in terms of this holistic understanding. I think it might be one of the ways. Thank you.
Andrew, you wanted to add something?
Thanks, yes. Yeah, I think criterion 3 is indeed important, and, particularly mentions the word tradition and so on, and it is a criterion that can be used. I don't think it's any less important than, say, criterion 4, which talks about particular buildings and the genius of the way things are constructed. I can't remember offhand. But if you think about it, and you think about authenticity and so on, integrity, and the craftsmanship that goes into making many of those buildings. This great building that we're in right now, if it wasn't for craftsmen, it wouldn't exist. And that's a tradition. And how do we preserve those? How do we safeguard those crafts traditions as an aspect of conservation? So I don't think there's, and then you can get onto criterion 7 if you want to, about natural beauty and who's the judge of natural beauty and what intangible values are behind those judgments. I don't think any of them, and perhaps even others, other than the more scientific ones on the natural side, are not related to ICH. I just think that criterion 6 is particularly important because it is cast very broadly, and it opens up many, many possibilities that, whereas the others are more narrowly focused in terms of ICH values.
The discussion is open. So we'll continue it. Last intervention, Suzanne, you wanted to say something, and then I will wrap up.
Yes, thank you, Lazar. I just wanted to, on the one hand, speak to the delegate of Armenia. So the panelists gave already most of the answers, but for the Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention, there are many different possibilities also for the listing mechanism. So what is going to be discussed now in Botswana is the possibility for states that have no element inscribed at all on any of the lists, if they could also get international assistance for inscribing an element on the representative list. That's more the logic of the geographical balance that Lazar also talked about. Otherwise, urgent safeguarding list for the register of good safeguarding practice, for transfer from one list to another, for extending a nomination. For all of these options, the international assistance can be requested. And for the colleague from Italy, I just wanted to say that capacity building at the local level often helps also the community to take the decision of what they would like to do in terms of safeguarding plan, or what is possible, or where to find the funds. From our experience, it has been very helpful in clarifying what the next step could be. So there is a capacity building program under both conventions, and I think that could be maybe helpful also in your case. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Okay, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I just want to touch on a small issue. When we speak about criteria for the 1972 convention, we talk about criterion 6 because for a long time we have only worked on the archaeological sites, so where there's no communities that we can talk to. Then there is criterion 3. Well, actually there are other criteria that give more importance to the intangible nature of sites. And another aspect that I want to touch on is about the bond between the two conventions. The example that we can offer in Burkina Faso is that we shouldn't really appoint a site manager, but creating a local management committee with all the stakeholders involved in the conservation and preservation of the site. And I've made this proposal based on my experience on the 2003 convention. It's important to involve local communities, even if they are not university graduates. They are more expert than experts coming from elsewhere, and they react well, and this is more important and helps us being successful in listing sites. This is also important for natural heritage. It is a good tool to protect these sites. So this convention offers multiple possibilities. It is very flexible. It depends on us. And in our approach, we have to use, I think we should use both conventions, both tools together without judging which is the best one. You know, they can both be useful and used on demand if you want.
Thank you, Director. I just wanted to show a practical example. There's a photograph, I don't know if it was showing about the Belize World Heritage Site, the barrier reef system. If we could bring it up, please, on the screen. It's the set of photographs about the World Heritage site in Belize. So that is Paramaribo. Could you move to the next photograph, please? Okay, so the Belize barrier reef system, as you know, is a World Heritage and natural landscape. And so what happens is that the state, you're looking at thousands of square miles of territorial sea and an exclusive economic zone. And so what the state does is that the state allocates management of various portions of the system to protected areas to various management organizations, NGOs, who they subsidize and support, and the NGOs also find international funding. But if you were to ask most of the people who work about World Heritage and so on, they know it as a concept. If you ask them about ICH, they'll say, I don't know what you're talking about. But if you tell them about the fishing trap, this is a traditional fishing trap where before they used to, in modern time, they used to, instead of using hand fishing, they would use these trawling nets that you drag through the sea and harvest fish in inefficient, overfishing, exploitative ways. So what, like this, in one portion, what they have been able to do with the community, for example, The communities now had these traditional fishing systems that date back to ancient time, and it's passed down from, all it is, it's a beach trap where fish travel along the beach and they end up at the end of that system. And so the fish is only harvested based on what is needed. It's not overexploited. So that's an example of, a practical example of the community being involved. What it also necessitates in the next slide, these are the traditional sailing boats. So whereby before you have these huge boats with huge nets, using a lot of fuel and petrol and so on. So there has been a move now to reconstruct and build these traditional boats that can travel for long distances. On a boat like that, they can, the fishermen, 4, 5, 6 of them will live in the open sea 60 miles away from home for 2 weeks at a time in these boats. And so it facilitates the building and the reconstruction of these traditional ways of living and so on. So this is a ICH example, just one example linked to World Heritage. So it's just helping to picture what could happen. And the important thing, remember, is not so much, again, it's just my opinion, not so much the list, it's the actual protection that you need to zoom in on at the community level, right? That is priority. And then everything else can fall into place if you want to have it recognized at the international, or if you want funding and international assistance as a means, then by all means do that. But these are some practical ways to seek protection first and foremost.
Thank you. So that was I'm looking at the room. I don't know if I have exhausted all the questions. Or you already want to go home, but maybe before that, I think I just want to summarize a little bit this interesting panel. I don't know if you found it interesting, but for me it has been, because we touched a few things that we never touched before. And when we are bringing experts with such a perspective, who are giving us this perspective. One first thing that we managed to do, I think listening to all of you, was already the way you have been observing this past years, all the progress achieved or all the work that each convention is doing separately. What is important, what is today absolutely important. And something struck me, which you said, both speaking about the 1972 convention and the ICH, is the fact that preparing nominations are not only for the sake of nominations, but preparing sites or elements to be inscribed. I think this is something which we have to take today at home, because it means that one convention is already able today to share with the others this. So maybe the ICH, and I can admit, has this very clear in its processes as compared to World Heritage. So World Heritage listing can now learn also in this. And I think this has been important. The second thing, which is clear, has been on some of the challenges that you have listed, both based on your experience. And one thing which it's important is that inventories are important, because through inventories you will be able to better understand what are the key ICH elements, what are the key World Heritage sites, and what is really important, and how these elements can be managed using one heritage to another one. And sometimes even when starting the nomination process of a World Heritage site, the traditional management system, as Andrew was mentioning, can help a lot, you know, put in place the management mechanism, or at least sustain it and promote the role that the local communities are doing, and then take into consideration some of the few things that were said even before, including the prior consent, which is important in the management system. And one last thing that we should also take is that in terms of maybe continuing the discussion on the methodology on how to continue bringing this, first the dialogue is important, because the ICH has brought this very clearly. And I think people mentioned the upstream process for World Heritage. You said it, Leons, and you know, it means that through this process also we engage with member states and with countries in advance, so that at the end of the day, even if it becomes technically complex or even costly, at least when it reaches the system, you know, the process has been a dialogue, and then people don't feel, or countries don't feel that they have done it. So I think this will probably also contribute to, let's say, trying to provide answers or responses to the imbalance that we are observing in some of the, in our listing, either World Heritage or even Intangible Heritage. So I think I will finish by quoting again Leonce, who said that when you upload, you don't know if it's the left that upload more than the right that upload more. So I think I'd like to ask you to upload either it's from the left or it's from the right hands to this wonderful panel.
Thank you, Lazar. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the end of this very inspiring day today, and let us give us once again a big applause to all the panelists and moderators for this first day. So I've been requested to make a few housekeeping announcements. So this evening, all of you are kindly invited to a special cultural event and dinner at San Lorenzo Maggiore, followed by a night walk through San Gregorio Armeno. The meeting point for dear participants is Piazza Triste e Trento, which is the square to the right when you exit the main gate of Palazzo Reale. A dedicated transfer will leave from there at 7:30 p.m. tonight and will bring you back in the same place once the event ends. Please remember to bring your badges. For the reminder for tomorrow, day 2 of the conference, in the morning you will experience the spirit of Naples through a guided site visit of the historic city of Naples, which will start at 11:30 a.m. However, the meeting point will be again Piazza Trieste e Trento at 8:45 a.m. sharp. A dedicated transfer will leave from there at 8:45 a.m. Those wishing to individually reach the meeting point at Piazza del Gesù, where the tour will start, are invited to join the group at 9:15 a.m. tomorrow morning. The site visit will be followed by an exquisite lunch at Made in Cloister. Transfer to Palazzo Reale will be provided from Made in Cloister tomorrow after lunch. Again, the afternoon sessions will start at 2:50 p.m. in the same room, and we have session 4, promoting community development through heritage preservation and safeguarding, and Session 5, cultural heritage in times of conflict. So we wish you all a lovely evening in Naples. Thank you.
Se stai così.
Sì.